Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, teachers, students, friends. How are you doing today? Fresh, early morning, yeah? Now, let's do a little bit of housekeeping before we start our today's session. For the first session, it will be IoT for Community, Remote Desktop for Powering Up Projects by the Swinburne University of Technology. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Kamala, our education specialist of SEAMEO RECSAM. Now, before we start, I would like to remind you that for this session, please get ready with another device, either a laptop or tablet or smartphone or whatever, with the internet connectivity, in order for you to fully enjoy this morning session. All right? So with that note, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over the session to Dr. Kamala. Over to you, Dr. Kamala.
Thank you, Mr. Nizam. Good morning to everyone. I hope all of you are doing well. I'm Dr. Kamala, a specialist from SEAMEO RECSAM. I'll be the moderator for today's workshop entitled IoT for Community 2022, Remote Desktop for Powering Up Projects. So for today, we have two great speakers from Swinburne University of Technology, Sarawak. Our first speaker today is Professor Lau Teng. Let me introduce Professor Lau to you. Professor Lau is currently a professor in ICT and the Director School of Research at Swinburne University of Technology, Sarawak campus. She has been actively contributing of her research areas with various edited books, peer-reviewed journals, conference proceedings, Masters by Research and PhD completions, and funded research projects. She's a senior member of IEE, an Association of Computing Machinery, a Professional Technologies, Malaysia Board of Technologies, and a certified tester, International Software Testing Qualifications Board. Professor Lau has been a member of national and international professional bodies for a long time. She has been on executive committees for education, professional, and humanitarian projects, and she won the IEE Malaysia Outstanding Volunteer year 2018 and the IEE Asia Pacific Outstanding HTA Volunteer 2021. With that, let's welcome Prof. Lau. Prof. Lau, over to you.
Dr. Kamala, thanks, Dr. Mark. So good morning, everyone, and I'd like to share a bit with you about, I understand that I only have about 10 minutes, so I'd like to share with you some of the initiatives that we have been doing since the establishment of IEEE Sarawak, and also in collaboration with Swinburne University, IEEE Student Branch Sarawak. So let me share with you some of the activities, because I understand that later on, you will have a very solid session with Dr. Mark, Isaac, and Atik, and also Dr. Kamala, which actually will be quite intensive. So let me share with you some light things to begin your session. Okay, all right. So I thank Dr. Kamala and her team, and also the invitation from this 12th Regional Congress Search for SEAMEO Young Scientist session. And I'll share with you a bit about, this is from the picture you can see that is our university where we actually work, and also all our activities are supported by them. Okay, so not long ago, last year, we actually, we started with recruiting young children. You can see from here, very young faces. To come up with some creative design. This was part of our initiative ran in IEEE Sarawak and also Swinburne. Now our whole purpose is like not just engaging them with coding or hardware, software, but we also engage them in drafting their design, drafting their ideas about the future of the Malaysia and so on. All right, and we also conduct these programming skills. We want to equip our children, okay, with programming skills. So these are all junior secondary school, and a few of them are from the primary school where they actually learn about programming. And we also work actively with teachers. Okay, this is training of trainers for junior innovate teachers, ran in 2021, where we actually work with school teachers in Sarawak. Okay, and a few of them were from West Malaysia as well. And you can see from here, Marine Science and Technology Virtual Camp, that is also something that we make it interesting. Okay, for it's run by the other colleague. So it's about teaching the children creatively, using the interactive multimedia and so on to guide them to love STEM, because sometimes STEM is boring, right? But with these animations and interactive technologies, we hope to engage students as well. And we also have a bit solid one where we have Unity workshop, so the Unity software. So this is more towards for the university student at the elementary stage, okay, perhaps foundation or even first year of bachelor degree. Of course, we also welcome those from junior high school. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to share with you a bit about this is one of the activity that we ran in Kuching, Sibu, and Miri. Basically, we cover 3 bigger cities in Sarawak. To focus on that time was during the beginning of the pandemic. So everybody worried about the situation. So we actually started a camp for them called Water, Energy, and Food. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see from the, they actually play with a lot of hardware, where we supply them with the funding from the IEEE and also Swinburne. We actually fund them with all the kits at no cost, and we guide these children to build the solutions that is useful for solving the water problem, the energy problem, and the food problem during the pandemic. So they had a chance to learn programming, and then to learn how to fix the hardware, and at the same time they also do paper design, as you can see there. So it's the whole full stage of 3 days workshop, from the design, scratching, scratching the head for the ideas until they build the prototype. Okay, it was a wonderful one, and we managed to cover about 50 children, as 50 secondary school students. Yeah. Okay. All right, let me share with you another activity. And students were actually happy. Yeah, funding the with the certificate that they received as well. All right, and this is another initiative that we actually had in the Kampong area. Is actually for the city poor. Okay, those people who actually transfer from city and to transfer from the rural area to work in city. So they live in a very poor condition, as you can see from the picture, how the children play in the right bottom corner, and also the house they stay, as you can see on the top there. So this is a group of rural poor where our students actually went in, to teach them. So they are not just listening, they really have the hands-on, as you can see. They really have a chance to we also give them all the kits so that they know how to do the homemade water filter system. And we receive good feedback from the parents as well. Parents welcome us to do more of this kind of exposure, STEM related for the children to have fun, and also to help them solve their, their existing issue and so on. Yeah. And this is how we use game, okay? Game to teach STEM again. So this is our gamification seminar in 2020, and it was fully virtual at that time due to the pandemic. And this is where they have some interaction earlier on, earlier than the lockdown, where they had this interaction with Kampong, with teachers and students. And you can see the activities at school are really fun, and you can see from the expression of the students that they really enjoy the activities of this gamification. Yeah, and this is one of the scene in Kampong SK Salak. And this is in one of the rural area called SK Rong Lame. Now, for your information, in Sarawak, we do have very interior part that is very difficult to reach out, except you have to use boats and river to reach out to them. So it's not an easy job, okay? All right, and this is the seminar for teachers, okay, in 2019 about gamification as well. And this is running at school. So Tunku Putra Primary School is one of the private school in Kuching in our area. So as you can see, we reach out to not only public school, rural people, or urban poor, and so on. We also reach out to school, directly go into the school. Yep. And this is where we bring the children to the university, and we talk about, we let them experience robotic challenge. Okay, and this is a simple competition, but you can see that everybody not only learning we do the knowledge transfer and skills transfers, and at the end we reward them with the prizes for the winners. Okay, this is a robotic and hardware programming workshop. Okay, plus some challenges as well.
2, 1, and go. Okay. So left or right? This is not luck anymore, you see.
You can see that Dr. Mark is also one of the judges.
Will you stop?
Okay, and this is another initiative of us as well. It's called Data Science Challenge, teaching the children related to mathematics and science as well, but using fun way again. And you can see these children actually experience, coming to gather with others and then learn from the experienced trainers. And they were very young, as you can see here. They are all primary school, about primary 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we touched this group of people as well when we do this STEM initiative, and our program actually won the Vice Chancellor Community Engagement Award. And this is a sharing by our.
I believe we all agree that data is created and grow at exponential rate, and what we need in future is a lot of data scientists to turn this messy and unstructured data into value. I think we are the first team in Malaysia which attempt to introduce data science concept to children as young as 10 to 12 years old. I think it is crucial to start letting children to expose to data science at a younger age and to cultivate their interest in this field, so that fuel the job market in the next 5 to 15 years. To me, recognition will keep us motivated and to produce something even better and greater for the next projects.
Sharing from the organizing chair. Okay, and we also ran the STEM education for teachers in the campus itself, utilizing all the facilities that we have in a local university. And then we invited the expert from Peninsula. This is Professor Liu Kwan with us for the training. And we also organize talks. You see, like for example, this is the smart learning talk. We had a speaker, Mr. Wolfgang from Switzerland, to talk to our community. So this is open to all again, like how to study smart in STEM-related subjects. Okay. And I think I just hit 8:45, somewhere there. And this is one of the picture that we took recently for the winners of the IoT challenge ran by Dr. Mark and his team recently. So my hope is that with the sharing of this, we all work together in this Asia Pacific region, that we continue to impart the knowledge and skills about STEM. IoT can be part of STEM and it's a very useful tool nowadays. So we continue to impart this to our community, utilizing the resources that we have, whether it's software, hardware, or it's any other creative way of reaching out to them. So not just this Paraborneo Island, that we hope that this will go to the whole Malaysia or even outside of Malaysia, the Pacific countries. In fact, I myself work for the IEEE Asia Pacific. under the Committee of Humanitarian Technology and Activities. Yeah, so I think that's all from me. Dr. Kamala and Dr. Mark, I hand over to you.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Lau. Thank you for the introduction about Swinburne University of Technology Sarawak to us. So with that, we will go to the second speaker of the workshop, Dr. Marti. So before that, let me introduce Dr. Marti. Dr. Marti completed his PhD in computer science and robotics at the end of the 2018 before joining the faculty of Swinburne University of Technology, Sarawak campus. He teaches a spectrum of units between the Internet of Things, data structures, and computer networking. He is currently pursuing studies and supervising postgraduate candidates in the areas of human following robots, human tracking, assistive technologies, IoT, and deep learning. He has been a SUTS representative on the SUT-ECR committee since 2021 and actively supports the growth of an open research community. So with that, let's welcome Dr. Mark. Over to you, Dr. Mark.
Thank you, Dr. Kamala. Hey, everyone. How nice to see you all in this Zoom group, as well as everybody on YouTube Live. Thank you very much for joining us here today. I hope you guys can hear me clearly, yeah? At the same time, within our program today, I would like to introduce, please guys say hi to Atikul and Isaac, who will be assisting me today. They are my very, very close friends and my mentees for postgraduate studies. And they will be communicating with you guys through our chat in case you have any questions you'd like to ask. And if there's any very, very tough ones, they will verbally let me know so I can address you through our live stream, okay? All right, so before we begin, everybody, if you check over at your chat area and you scroll up, you should be able to find a message by Atik or Isaac asking you to fill in a very, very short quiz. There's about 10 multiple choice questions over there. You should be able to complete it within a few minutes or maybe up to 10 minutes, but please help us out and try it out first so that later on at the end of the session, there will be another identical one for you to try so that you can immediately see how much you have grown over these just 1.5 hours, okay? So guys, help me out, just take a few minutes of your time, go and grab that link from your chat, all right? At the same time, I am going to set up my slides so everyone can have a look. So give me a moment. All right, I'll be sharing this screen with some sound. There we go. All right, so hopefully you are able to see my screen over here. I'm working with 2 different monitors, so I will be alternating between them to make sure everything doesn't go too crazy. All right, so what to expect today? We are going to learn how to register a free account into an online platform. We're going to download 2 pieces of software that you're going to install on your computer so that you can remote control them. So that's basically the idea here. And most of my introduction to this workshop here will inform you, why is this an important ability, all right? Why is this such a superpower when it comes to supercharging your Arduino projects? Okay, so guys, I'll give you a little bit of more time. Try to go through the quiz, and if you're done, let's see who finishes fast. You can post a done in the chat so we know, right? Okay, I'm going to pull up my chat here as well, but just in case I miss it, don't worry. My friends Atik and Isaac here should be able to highlight your questions to me. Okay, thank you guys. Hope you guys are excited because I will teach you how you can remote control your computer through your handphone. Okay. That is the simplest exercise. After that, I will demonstrate a little bit how we can connect to computers that are not in the same room. AKA right now I have a computer running at home and I'm currently in our university campus lab. So I will be remote controlling that to show you that how this thing will work out, okay? All right. Just another 5 more minutes, guys. Let's chill, all right? Don't have to stress on the questions too much, okay? Because it is just purely for fun. So just take your time. If you know the answers, just pick it. If you don't, then just pick the one that sounds closest, okay? It's not an exam, guys. No worries.
We received 13 so far, so hope that more can help out. Yeah, we have about 13 so far.
Great, great. Keep in common, everyone. All right. Also, guys, right after we're done with our introductory quiz, we will be posting a copy of the slides as a handout for you. So you don't have to worry about memorizing or writing notes. You can always get those information that you need from the slides, and all the links that are embedded in there will take you to the online resources you're going to need if you want to try this out yourself. All right. So don't worry, guys. Don't worry about having to record or write down important stuff, because it's all going to be supplied to you guys. Okay, both for those here with us in the Zoom call as well as those on Facebook, no, on the YouTube live. All right. Okay. Let's see. According to what we have currently. Oops. All right, 3 more minutes, guys. Right. If you have any beginning questions you'd like to ask, please feel free to post it in our chat, okay? Okay. Nice. All right, guys. I think we should be more or less up, right? Don't worry if you're not finished yet. You could always press it in. No worries. Okay, so let us begin, everyone. Nice. Seda, nice. Awesome. Thank you, everybody. Okay, let us begin with our workshop for today, yeah? So, what's up with IoT? Why do we want to know how it works? Well, I'll just introduce to you to what the IoT is. Well, the thing is, if you try to Google online, what is the Internet of Things, you're going to get a lot of answers because it's actually a very huge umbrella of technologies. So chances are, if you ask anybody on the street what IoT is, and if they know about it, they might explain it in a different way. The way I like to imagine it is like this. It's the ability for a machine to talk to another machine, okay? If it's through the internet, so much better, because the machine can be from here all the way until somewhere else on the other side of the earth, all right? So the most important thing in IoT is that you have devices that can talk to each other with or without the internet, actually. But with the internet, it supercharges it. It has so much more things that it can do, all right? So here I gave you a very, very nice formal definition of what it is. Basically, IoT is something that describes physical objects. It can be a toaster, it can be your TV, handphone, watch, all right, and so forth. They are embedded with sensors, the ability to process, okay, programs inside, and other technologies that allows it to talk to other devices over the internet or some other communications networks. So not necessarily it has to be through the internet. Okay, so a very good example here is a smart refrigerator. I'm not sure whether some of you guys might have this at home or not, but today refrigerators are intelligent because they can surf the internet. All right, so how do we create an IoT system, right? You have a traditional object like a refrigerator like this. All it can do is to keep things cool, right? Keep things cold so that they can last longer, right? But what if we supercharge it? How? By adding sensors and electronics into it so that it is able to do its job better, have more awareness of how it works, and then communicate with the internet. Through the internet, there's a whole gateway full of software services and facilities for you to go over there and you could do all kinds of things. Like, for example, keep track of what's inside of your refrigerator. You can even monitor what is the best temperature, best conditions for your refrigerator so that it can keep your candy, right, still fresh for the next 100 years. It's possible through cloud computing. Okay, so cloud computing is a gateway to a whole vast of online services. All right, which of course, if one day you want to learn how to use and build them, you could always pursue that in university by taking a course in computer science. All right, now when you combine these things together, that is how you get smart things. Therefore, a smart refrigerator would not just keep things cool, it can even see whether you are low on eggs, not enough water, or maybe you need to reorder your supply of frozen food, you know, and you can even go online and help you order it if you want it to. So that's what differentiates the Internet of Things, smart things versus the normal standalone things. And you may think that this is something totally new and awesome, but we actually already have it right now. You would most probably are using something that is IoT. For example, a smartwatch. A long time ago, watches are only used for looking at the time and looking great. But nowadays, if you have a smartwatch like mine, it can look at your heartbeat, it can look at your steps that you've taken, it can even see where you're going every day. So by connecting to the internet, they can compare with everybody else and advise you how much more exercise you need to go through in order to stay healthy and tip-top. One day in the future, your watch might be designed so nicely that it even goes into your skin. You don't even have to take it off anymore. It might even be part of you. And there's a lot of other examples like smart cars. Nowadays, we're talking about cars that can drive themselves, cars that can help you automatically park. But one day, you may not even need to own a car anymore. It becomes something that is like a service. You just press it like on your app, right? Like on Gojek or on Grab. And then a car service will come by itself with no human driver. You just go in, it brings you to wherever you're going, and then you get out, you see? So all of that is the Internet of Things. And let me not even get into how phones have evolved up to today. From the traditional house hand phone like this, where you can only call the next door neighbor or someone else, to the smartphones that we have today, that you can play games, do your work, do your homework, watch your shows, and so much more. Okay? And one day again, even the phone itself might disappear, right? So the Internet of Things is all over the world now. It's all around you. It's just up to you whether you can see it or not. Okay? Right? Oh, someone raised a hand. Do you have a question? Right? If you got a question, you can put it into the chat, all right? And if my companions here did not answer it, then I will verbally, okay? All right. So I've got a really short video here that would explain to you that the Internet of Things, right? Smart devices are not just, you know, something that looks cool, that you press a button and light turns on, right? There's so much more that it can do. So I'll play this video now, and hopefully you have an even better idea of the possibilities of what your own projects can become if you transform them into an IoT smart device. Okay, so let me play this now for you.
By now, you may have heard the term Internet of Things. Sounds interesting, but what does the Internet of Things actually mean? IoT is an evolution of mobile, home, and embedded applications that are being connected to the internet, integrating greater compute capabilities and using data analytics to extract meaningful information. Billions of devices will be connected to the internet, and soon, hundreds of billions of devices. As related devices connect with each other, they can become an intelligent system of systems. And when these intelligent devices and systems of systems share data over the cloud and analyze it, they can transform our businesses, our lives, and our world in countless ways. Whether it's improving medical outcomes, creating better products faster with lower development costs, making shopping more enjoyable, or optimizing energy generation and consumption. Here's an example of the big picture. Imagine an intelligent device such as a smart traffic camera. The camera can monitor the road for congestion, accidents, and weather conditions, and communicate that status to a gateway that combines it with data from other cameras, creating an intelligent citywide traffic system. Now, imagine that intelligent traffic system connected to other citywide transportation systems, which get data from their own intelligent devices, creating an ever larger intelligent system of systems. The really big possibilities come from analyzing the end-to-end data across that system of systems. For example, let's say the city's intelligent traffic system detects massive congestion due to an accident. That insight can be sent to the citywide transportation system, which can analyze the accident's impact on other city systems. Recognizing the accident is near the airport and 2 city schools, it could notify those systems so they can adjust flight and school schedules. It can also analyze and derive optimal routes around the accident and send those instructions to the city's digital signage system to guide drivers around the accident. And that's just one example of the potential benefits that can happen when intelligent devices share insight with other systems, forming ever-expanding systems of systems. But how do we?
Yeah, but how do we get there, yeah? So now you know, right? The Internet of Things is not just a simple smart device, it's a system of systems, okay? All right, we're gonna move on now. And this is the answer to the question, right? Where do we begin? How do we get there? So we get there by understanding what is involved inside an Internet of Things system. So the Internet of Things as a field is a combination of a lot of disciplines. So one day when you come out after your high school and you want to get into university, you have a lot to choose from, right? Understand that in today's world, we need to be multifaceted. We need to have multidisciplinary, okay, when it comes to our understanding. So in the IoT system, it's a combination of computer science, robotics, mechatronics, and all forms of communication technology rolled together, okay? But if we want to keep it simple, basically every system consists of 3 things. You have a smart thing, all right, that is able to sense the environment, manipulate the environment, and then communicate that information to somewhere else, some other device. You have a network that connects all of these things. All right, there's a way for us to communicate between all of these devices. Usually, it's what your home Wi-Fi is, or sometimes it can be a wired one like a USB cable. All right, and finally, we have cloud computing. This is the part of the internet that houses all of the online facilities, right? Storing data, analyzing them, putting all kinds of automation rules inside to automate things automatically. Yeah. So all of these things are in the internet. Yeah. So when you combine these three things together, you get IoT. So how does this relate to you? Okay. So we come over to, all right. By the way, guys, you'll be able to find the handouts in the chat already. Please go through your chat. You'll be able to find the link. Yeah. All right. So chat looks like this. Find this particular link. You'll be able to download the same copy of slides that I have over here. Yeah. So, all right. So where are we right now? You have the thing. You have a way to communicate between your device with some sort of a computer. Okay. But from here, your computer needs to communicate with the internet, access those services there that allows you to remote control it. So this is one example of how we can use the internet, right? But this is what you already have, right? By considering all the projects that you have done so far, with or without the Arduino, you should be more or less capable of this part now, right? You can use the Arduino to make a robot. You can use it to make an automated dumpster, right? And to control and communicate with it, with a computer, you use your USB cable, right? So when you connect them like this together, you're actually done on at least 2/3 of the entire picture. Okay, so congratulations to you. You already mastered this part. However, this is the missing link. How are we going to monitor what is going on with your machine, with your computer, if you're not in the same place, right? So the missing link here can be filled with a variety of things that could be very complex, but also simple. So we go for the simplest one, which is remote desktop technology. Okay, so in remote desktop, it is actually a system of software. It's made out of several programs that when they're working together, allows you to remote control computers, even though you're not in the same room. Okay, you look at this picture over here. Imagine that you are here, right? You are able to connect to 3 different computers, even though they are doing 3 different things, and might even be using by 3 other people. And just by doing this, you can collaborate and work together on similar projects, as even though you're not in the same room or not in the same building or not even in the same city, you know? Okay, so you got to know firsthand, it sounds cool, but there are some requirements. Number one, you need some sort of a network, right? Remember, network is how you connect between one device and another. So in this case, it's the internet, right? We need internet connectivity. Or at the very least, you need to have your own house Wi-Fi, okay? And then there are 2 main programs involved. One is called a server and one is called a client. Okay, so a server program is installed in the computer you want to control. He will help you control that computer, but you have to tell the server what to do. So that's what the client program does. The client program is on your computer. It will talk to the server and tell it what it wants the server to do. So now you understand, right? The client sits on a computer to control another computer. The server is on the computer waiting to be controlled by a client. Okay? So you guys should remember that question, yeah? There's a question in the chat over here. So how science and math learning experience in school should be changed to fit the need to develop human capital for all of these programs? Or should we have separate subjects to teach computer science itself? Well, here's the thing though, computer science by itself, right, is actually a very big umbrella. You have computing theory, you have practical computing, you have artificial intelligence, you have data science, you have cybersecurity, networking. There's so many. What I will say that if you want to begin this at the very early stage during high school, middle school, I would say education in information technology as a whole first is a good foundation step. Okay, things like what we're doing right now in our workshop here is to bring along information technology. These are technologies that help, it revolves around IT that helps humanity in some way. So it's good to go at this hands-on level first before we go into the theory, right? So baby steps first, yeah? Okay, all right, moving on. So you can do all kinds of things by remote controlling another computer, right? You can play movies and music straight from another PC. You can copy the files from other PC to yourself. Like, how many times have you experienced this? If you're in somewhere else, you wish you had access to a file or a document or video clip, but it's actually in your home computer. You don't have it on your handphone. How nice would it be if you can connect to your computer and then grab that phone, those files back into your phone so that you can show your friends, right? So that's one thing, one small example of what you can use this for. You can sort of play games if they're not in real time, right? Because there is a certain lag. It depends on your internet connection. Sometimes it's good, then your connection is not so much lag. But if your connection is poor, you will see what happens later. There is a certain 1 or 2 seconds delay in what you're doing on your screen and what's going to happen in the control computer, all right? But right now, commercially, remote desktop is mostly used for technicians to help fix problems in computers by the users who are not in the same place. Okay, so let's say if you have your parents is struggling with something on the computer, you don't know how to do settings, but you're not at home to help, right? So you can use remote desktop to connect to your parents' computer and help them fix things. You see, or the other way around, right? And there's so many other things, like for example, using devices connected to your home computer and so forth. There's a lot of cool things that you can do, but you have to be very, very careful. If you can control your computer like this, you have to make sure no one can control your computer against your consent without you knowing. That is dangerous, isn't it? Like where you're walking around and one day you come back, everything in your computer is gone because someone connected to your computer and stole everything. So therein, you have to make sure yourself are safe. There's a lot of ways to do it. And one of the best ways here is to make sure to apply a good password and don't write your password down where other people can read it. Then another best way to do this is to trust in a platform to help you manage the communications so that no one can intercept them, right? No one can attack your connection and grab it, all right? So I will show you how we can make use of one of these platforms in this workshop, all right? So if you have a search online, okay, you go over to Google. Let me bring my, oh, there's a question here. What do we do if a virus goes into the main computer? Here's a good thing. If a virus is in the main computer, right, and you're remote controlling that computer, you're not going to get the virus at your controlling PC because it's a different machine, unless you copy the virus file from that PC into your own computer, and that's game over. Okay, so normally remote desktop will not allow such communications unless it is on purpose. Yeah, so don't as long as you know there's a virus infected file, don't copy it over to your client PC. If you do that, then you will get infected as well. You see, right? So again, that's also one of the good things about remote desktop. You don't have to be necessarily on that computer and making use of it full time. To which, if it gets if it gets infected by a virus, then not everything is lost, right? Okay, so if you go to your Google search, right, and you just type remote desktop, right, you're going to get a lot of hits, a lot of different type of programs you can find, lots of videos too. So how are you going to differentiate between them? Which is good, which is not? Some requires payment, others require subscription, which is very expensive. But what we want is something that is free for the home user, but at the same time, not so unsafe, right? That anyone can just attack you, right? So that's why we're looking at one product today called VNC. So it is one example of a free for community use remote desktop software, okay? All right, so we basically are going to do these three things. We're going to create a free account at the platform first. This will allow them to help you manage the online communications to, to ensure that it's at least safe from people trying to hijack your connection. And then you also are going to install two things. Pick a computer to be controlled, most preferably your main computer right now, all right? So we will install the server there first and configure it. We will do the settings. And then we're going to install a client on another device. In my example, I will do that on my phone. I can do this on the phone. You can also do this on another computer. You can also install both on the same computer so that your own PC can also control another computer if you want. But let's keep it less confusing, all right? And do this one by one, okay? All right, so the links are in the handouts already. You know where to find the handouts, right? So just scroll up your chat. You should be able to see one posted by Atikul, or by Isaac. Just grab a copy of the PDF and you will be able to use these links, all right? Yep, okay. Atik has just reposted it on the chat, so you know where to find it, all right? Otherwise, I'll show you how you can Google it yourself so you don't have to use those links directly. Okay, we are now at 9:15. Perfect. Time for action. Yeah. So we are going to start by installing it and how to keep safe by, registering an account with Real VNC. So I'll just show you on my browser right here. Oops, not this one. Yeah, this one. Okay. All right. So I have created a new Gmail account, but you can use your own. All right. So mine is called iot4community3@gmail.com. So first thing I want to do is to create a Real VNC account. So you can follow what I do, right? Just search for, here, search for Real VNC, okay? Enter. So you should be able to find this Real VNC remote access software for desktop and mobile, right? This is the one that we want. Okay, guys? I hope you guys are with me, all right? Give you a few more moments to try this out. Go to your Google search, go to Real VNC, all right? And click on this link. You should go to www.realvnc.com, okay? And first thing, the next thing that you should do is go to this sign in button at the top right, all right? Just click on sign in and then it'll bring you to this page, okay? Remember guys, click on the sign in on the top right, and then it will bring you to the page here. Now, if you do not have an existing account, which I'm pretty sure most of you don't, you can enter your email address over here to register one. So I will write mine here, iot4community3@gmail.com. So you can use your own, all right? This is my example here. I'm not a robot, at least not yet, okay? And click next. All right, so it says choose a password. So I will write my own password, so you should do the same thing. Please remember what you put in, okay? Mine is, okay, all right. I'll put my first name as Mark, my last name as P. I plan to use VNC Connect for personal use. You don't have to put your telephone number. And on country of region, you can select yours, no problem. I'll put mine as Malaysia. All right. Okay. So some of you may not be over the age of 16 just yet, but it's okay if you have parental assistance. We are just going to check this first, all right? And then I will sign up. Okay. All right, there we go. So I don't want to save this one first. It says I'm already logged in, okay? And it has sent a verification email to your email. So you're gonna want to find this, all right? I'll go to mine and you will see that there will be a new email here from Real VNC. You will want to verify it. So just click in there and verify your email, okay? All right, thank you. You now have full access to your account. Got it. Right, so I'll give you guys a moment to do it, all right? So just like that, your account is already created. All right, these are the same. Okay, I'll close these ones first so that we don't confuse anybody. All right, that's good. That's good. Okay, guys, try to register your account and verify your through email first. Okay, I'll give you guys a moment to do it. For those of you who have done this already, you can click Real VNC, and you can explore a little bit on the website, see what it says. It's actually a very, very interesting product, but mostly geared for businesses, see, where you actually have to pay money for it. But for us home users with only a few computers and maybe 1 or 2 users, it's free, all right? Okay, so I think that's enough time for you guys to create your account and verify it. So let's do the cool part now, which is to install the software, right? So where to download it? Just go back to Google, okay? Google, and search for VNC Viewer. Here, I'll type it out here in the screen so you can see it, all right? If those of you who have the PDF, the handouts, the link is also in there. You can just click and then it will go straight to the website. But if you don't have that and you want to look for it, just Google search VNC Viewer. Okay, press enter. You will see that the first link here says download VNC Viewer, all right? VNC Connect from Real VNC. This is the one. So you click this, okay? And now choose the option that is specific to your computer. If you're using a Windows system like me, so download the VNC Viewer for Windows. If you're on Mac, all right, they have a different version for it. If you are very advanced, you're on Linux, okay, you're on Ubuntu or something, or CentOS, or Debian, you know, or Raspbian, you can use this one. Or if you're on a Raspberry Pi, it's already installed inside, so you don't have to download it anymore, and so forth, okay? So I will download this one from Windows, and I've already gotten it on my computer, but let's just, for the sake of simulation, do this. There we go. So I've downloaded it already, all right? All right, good, good, good. So this viewer is the client. You use this to connect to your server, okay? So make sure you know where it's downloaded, all right? So mine should be in the download folder. We want to download the server now. So if you don't have the link, we can do the same thing again. Go back to Google, okay? And you search for VNC server. This is the controlling program, right? So server is here. Search for VNC server and download it from this site. Okay, mine is on Windows, so I'm downloading this one. Okay, shouldn't be very big. So I'll give you guys a moment to download both of them, right? Okay. Downloaded, right? So if you've downloaded it, then it's time for us to install them. You should install the server first, okay? So double click on your server installer, this thing called VNC Server 6.90, right? .executable for Windows. All right, I'll double click on this. So you should see a window that looks like this, right? Select the language, okay. And then the menu will come out like this. So just click next. All right, blah, 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 blah. If you have the time, read all of this, it's very important. Click accept, go next. So just keep everything the same. It will install to the default location, okay? Only takes you about 35 megabytes. Install that. Add exception to firewall for VNC server, yes, just keep that selected. Go next. Press install to install. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Finish. Good. Done. So you guys should finish it already. Excuse me. And immediately they will have a message like this. It's up to you if you want to send anonymous data, but for me, it's good to just uncheck this so you don't waste too much of your bandwidth. Okay, unselect that. Click OK. And then your server will look like this. Okay. Now, interestingly enough, I've already set this up on my computer. So you see something a little bit different on this side. But don't worry about it because there's a part that says you need to sign into a real VNC account, the one that you just made just now. Okay. So if you guys have tried to play with this before and you have a different account and you want to log out of this, it's very simple. Okay. You can go to this options menu on the right hand side. Okay, there's this 3 lines button here. Click that and you go down to this selection called licensing. Click that, and then the licensing will look something like this. Oops, actually it looks something like this. Currently set up with this. Change. Oh, okay. Right. If you don't, then it will look something like this. Licensing. Oh, okay, same thing. So I'm just going to remove it for now. And just go offline. So remember what you need to put in, right? Is your account from what you made just now. In my case, it's IoT for community3@gmail.com. Right? Password is 1. No need to send anonymous, just sign in. If you just install this the first time, there's an option that written over here to log in or register this with your real VNC account. If you click that button, you will see the same thing. Okay. So choose subscription, just go for home subscription, strictly non-commercial use only. This is free. All right, click next. VNC password, set your own password. Okay, we'll set a VNC password. And then you put a password for your own computer, okay? Just don't forget it, yeah? Okay, it has to be a little bit different from the password you use for your real VNC account. You click OK, next. Who can use it? Anyone who has the access to this, all right? Next. So it will be added as a home type connection through the cloud, all right? It will use your second password to go into this computer. And anyone with this password can access it if you have your account. So apply. Okay. Okay. Done. All right. So now it belongs to Mark's team. Okay. So to double check whether this is configured correctly or not, remember your login, your logged in account just now, right? So we've already activated the home one. You can just click this. And now you will come to this page, right? When you log in, you will see this. If you click on the computers, you will see that my PC here, the name is already written, which means it's part of my team now. Okay. All right, let's see. Does anybody have any problems reaching this part? I think it should be okay, right? As long as you have your server here and then you logged in, it should be good. Okay. So what happens now is that this server has connected to your account in real VNC. This is online, yeah? And whoever logs into this account will be able to control this computer if you have the password that we set just now. Okay. So what I'll do now is I'll go to my handphone, all right? If you have an Android handphone, go to your Google App Store, right? The Google Play Store. If you have an iPhone, that means you're going to go for your Apple Store, right? You need to look for the same program with the same name as VNC Viewer, something that looks like this guy. VNC Viewer. Okay, you can see over here, you can click on Android because I have an Android phone. You can grab it on Google Play, or if you're on Apple, iOS, you can grab it from the App Store, okay? So, hi Tohari. Nice of you to join us. Okay, so I'm going to go to my App Store now. Oh, sorry, my Google Play Store, and I will look for VNC Viewer. You should be able to find one that looks like this. Not sure whether you can see it on my camera, guys. Oops. All right. I think I will disable the background so you guys can see better. All right, just temporarily. Okay. Can you guys see this? It just says VNC Viewer. The symbol is the same as this one when you've downloaded it, okay? It looks like this, but a blue color version of VNC, right? So I've already installed it and I'm opening it now. So from the camera alone, you can see it like this, see? Right? So what I do is I will sign in. I will press the button to sign in and you use the same account, okay? You use the same account. So in my case, it's IoT for Community 3. T for Community 3 at gmail.com. All right. Password is 31. Continue. Okay. So again, on my camera, you can see it says it sent a verification email. So you have to verify it again. So you see, I'll go over to my email. There's a new one. Okay, following subscription. Okay. Right, new sign in to Real VNC. Continue signing in. Click on that and authorize the sign in. So once you do that, it will authorize on my phone. All right. Okay, it's changed now. So now you look at the screen. It says my computer name. You see that? It's on my computer name. So if you tap that, you have to put in your password that you entered for your computer. Okay. So I will tap it. It says connecting. All right. I hope my data service can do it. Okay. It says, are you sure? Yes, continue. We put in the password for the computer, right? Continue. And look at that. I am looking at my own computer right now, but on my handphone. Okay. So I'm going to move my mouse now onto our screen without touching the mouse on my computer. All right. Can you see that? I'm minimizing the browser. Okay. I am moving the server window around in circles. And look, I'm doing it on my phone, not on my laptop. See? Yeah, so you can do that on your phone, right? Without even you having to be on the spot in the same place as your computer. So why is this useful? All right. So some of you who are very, very astute may have noticed that I've got a Arduino IDE running in the background. See that? I'm going to use my handphone here and move my mouse cursor down to the below. And you'll notice there's an Arduino, right? Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like cast, correct? Except you can control it when you're not even in the same facility. You might be in a halfway across the world. Yeah. So let me bring up my Arduino script over here. The sketch is running, and the serial monitor is also up. Where is it? There we go. You guys can see that, right? It's printing 627 right now. I'm running the very, very simple standard sketch, the sketch example for analog output, right? Through serial. You guys can find this, right? You can go to File, under Examples, Basic, and it's called Analog Read Serial. And I've wired up an Arduino on my side here so that we can change the potentiometer and see the number on the COM8 over there change. So I'm going to move my camera momentarily, guys. Have a look. I'm going to point it to the setup that I have over here. See? So very simple, right? All I have to do is just turn this knob over here. And if you check out on my shared screen, the number on the COM8 reported will change. Yeah? Confirm? So here's the best part. You can do this and look at the changes on your phone too. Okay? You see that? It's a little bit small, right? I'm just going to put it down so you guys can see it. You see the numbers over here, right? They're really, really small, but as I change it, you'll be able to see the values change. Yeah? Okay? Oops. I've accidentally pressed on this thing. Nope. Okay. All right, so that is a very practical example on how you can use a remote desktop to monitor how your Arduino projects work. You do know how that you don't have to just grab information from console, right? You can also use something like Node-RED to create a dashboard. So you have all the meters and everything change according to your Arduino project. And you can remotely view that dashboard through your remote desktop. And you can see that the transition is pretty fast over here. It's pretty good, okay? All right. Oh, so let me see. Someone is asking, excuse me, sir, I can't do it on the laptop. You mean you can't install the server on the laptop, or you can't control it from the laptop? Okay. Waiting for a response. Let me minimize this first. All right. I can even check the chat from my phone too in real time. But what I'm showing you right now is that the client is running on the phone, the server is on my laptop. So when I connect my laptop server to that account just now, we are doing the communications through real VNC somewhere in the internet. That's the cloud side, okay? And then this client that's running, this program client on my phone, is also connected to real VNC, the platform that is also on the cloud. Okay, so that's how it works. The platform is out there in the internet. We are both connected to it. The server on my laptop is connected there. My handphone is connected there as well. And the unifying thing about all of this is our real VNC account, the one that you have just created with me just now. Okay, no one but those who have access to that account can control or control any of those computers in there. Okay, no one else will be able to do it. Now, if you want to remove it, you just have to do the same process as I did. You come over here. Let me just show you on my share screen. Same thing, same process. Go down to licensing. Again, you will see something like this menu come out. Click next, and then switch it over to something else. Okay. Very, very simple. Oh, there's a question. Let's see. Can Please share again the download pages link. You can find the links inside the handouts, or you can search for it. This is how you search for it. Go to your Google search, right? And look for VNC Viewer if you want to download the client, or VNC Server if you want to download the server. Okay, go to this link, download VNC Server. All right. Can we? Oh, hang on. What's the question here? I tried to connect to my handphone. It went to address book and it shows no computers. When I add, it asked me to key in the address and the name. What should I do? Oh, no. You're going over to this side, which is not what we want. Hang on. Let me go back here. Disconnect. You need to go to your team. Oops. You see, there are two options here. You click, you tap on this option button, and you have address book, and you have your team, right? In this case, mine is Mark's team. You tap on that one. You should be able to see your computer listed. Okay, Defnan? All right. Can we control to open the laptop when it's turned off yet? No. You have to be on the spot to make sure your computer is on and the server is running. Then only you can control it outside. Okay. It's a security feature also. You don't want people to gain access and turn your computer on, right? Against your will. All right. Does remote have any time limit? No, there is no time limit on it, but there is, according to VNC anyway, there is a machine limit. You can connect up to 5 different machines at the same time. And your users is only maximum of 3. You cannot have more than 3 people logged in using the same account into the computers at any time. Okay, so remember the limits, yeah? 5 computers, 3 users. All right. Can you show again what to do on the phone, please? How to install the client? Okay, go to your Google. If you're on Android, go to your Play Store, or if you are on iPhone, go to your Apple Store, and you search for VNC Viewer. This name, Viewer. Okay. Actually, if you go over to the VNC Viewer download page, they also tell you the link. You just click on Android or iOS and just press this button. It will bring you to the store. Okay. So what you do is you install that app and you log in using your real VNC account. Okay, the one that we used to log into here. Now on the account itself, let me just show you how I log back in. Okay. Let's say you have signed up and then you want to go back in. You come back to realvnc.com, click on sign in, okay, and you type in the your account, all right? IoT or community 3 at gmail.com. I'm not a robot, all right? Don't forget. Oh, okay. Select all the bridges. These bridges, verify. Okay, next. Put in your password. Okay. All right, so when you log in, you will see something like this, right? So click on computers. It will list you the type of computers that are currently registered, the servers. Right now is my laptop. All right. Okay, no other questions? Is it important to download it? Well, if you don't download and use it, then you will not be able to remote control your computer. Okay, you have to install the program in order for you to do it. All right. Now, I want to show you something else. Okay, let's say I currently have a different account with several computers registered in it that is different from this one. So I will sign up now and show you how it looks like. Okay. Go into sign in again. Now I will put this as key for community number 1. Okay. Email.com. I've got another account. Traffic lights. There we go. Okay, next. Password. All right. And I need verification also. So I'm going over to my email now. Sign in. You mean the viewer? Yes. Without, yep. Authorize. Okay, so I've authorized it through my email. You should see that I should be, granted access now. So under IEEE team, if I go to computers, you see that I have 4 PCs here. So this is me. And then this one is my computer at home, which is a Raspberry Pi. Now, some of you guys might be familiar with a Raspberry Pi and what it looks like. This is running at my home right now, and I'm currently at campus. So what I'll do is I'll go to the viewer installer, okay? Remember you downloaded the viewer as well. So now I will install that here. Okay, it looks like this. VNC viewer installer, press OK. Oops, let me just close this first. All right. So this is my viewer installation. Next, accept, oops. Next, install. Okay, done. So I will open the VNC viewer now. VNC viewer here. Okay. All right. Now it looks like this. This is the VNC viewer. Remember, this is a client. Okay. So I will sign in first by putting in T4, T1 at mail.com. All right. Okay, it's logged in already, and then all 4 of my computers are appearing here. So now I will show you how I logged into my Raspberry Pi. Okay, I just have to double click this. We will try to log in like this, searching. Okay, so I will put in my account, which is this one, which I set up earlier. Okay. And then you can see that my screen looks like this. Ta-da! So this is the Raspberry Pi that's running at my home right now. See? The good thing about the Raspberry Pi is that you don't have to install it. It comes pre-installed with the operating system. Okay? All right, so just turn this off. There is a slight lag, I have to say. It's about 1 or 2 seconds lag. So when I click and I drag and I let go, notice that it's a little bit slow, yeah? Because it depends on my home connection, which is not so good. All right. Okay, so this is another example of me remote controlling my own computer at home. You notice that there are other computers here as well, and we can actually try to remote control ourselves. All right. So if you want to log off from a computer, you just have to press this X button to close the window, and automatically you will be disconnected from the computer. Okay. All right. So that's basically how you can make use of the remote access. Okay, remote desktop. Any questions, guys? Okay, there's some questions here in the chat as I can see. Client. What is the best VNC client for Windows? Well, there's only one. It's called VNC Viewer. Okay. You do that by coming over to the website just now, right? This one. Download the viewer. Yeah. It has a lot of different versions according to what computer you're using. Okay. Now, if you don't want to use VNC, VNC is a product, all right? There are others you can choose from, but you're going to have to look for them yourselves because there are a lot to choose from, okay? Just look for remote desktop. And you can see there's a lot to choose from. There is, Google actually has their own version as well, all right? Google remote desktop, Chrome remote desktop. You could also try something like TeamViewer, which is also very, very popular, guys. Right? There's a lot to choose from, but the one that I find is easiest to learn is VNC. Okay, plus they don't really charge you unless you want to use more than 5 computers at a time. So what do I mean by us having more than 5 computers? If you look at this login just now, let's go back here. Sign in. IoT for community 1 at. Okay, this is my own personal one. Okay, sign in. All right. If you go over to the computers here, right, you see there are 4 different computers. I can add one more machine, one more installed with the server, okay, as a grand total of 5. That's the maximum. But at the same time, you can also add other users to your real VNC platform. Like for example, right now, I'm the only user, right? But I can invite people through the email so that they get registered in here also. So for example, if I have Isaac and Atik having a real VNC account, I can link it over here so that they can also see it when they log into their real VNC account. Just remember that if you want to stay free, you can only limit yourself to 3 users. All right? So that's one thing that you need to note, okay? If you want to use it for free. All right? So now we are at 9:50. I want you guys to try this out yourself. If you run into any problems with the setting up, just let us know and we will help you out, okay? Right? I know the trickier part here might be in logging into your server, right? But all you have to do is look at this part over here and it will tell you how you can log in, yeah? Server, yes. Okay, good, good, good. Very good. Okay. Atik, if you want to reply on the chat, you have to select everyone because your answers are going to the host and panelist group. I think that's why they're still asking the question and they're all pending, I think. All right.
It's also going to the specific person.
Ah, okay, nice, nice. Cool, cool. Okay. Guys, any other questions? No issues, right? It's pretty fun, isn't it? But like I said, with great power comes greater responsibility. So be careful when you use it. Don't share your password and your account to people, all right? This is supposed to be an individual kind of thing. You don't want, you know, like your siblings connecting to your computer without your consent, right? That's not a good thing, right? So like I said, very simply, you can apply this to your existing Arduino projects just by remote controlling like that. You know, you can type in messages, you can look at the sensor readings, and that would translate you will transform your project from a standalone one into one that's connected through the internet. Therefore, it's called the Internet of Things. Okay. There's some people who raise their hands over there. You got any questions? No? Okay. So I have a few other slides over here that you might find useful, guys, if you want to take things much, much further. Okay. So first of all, I have some links over here that you can try if you want to look at some example Arduino IoT projects. Arduino plus IoT. Okay. Smart planters, home control, home security. You can check it out. It's pretty interesting. And there's a lot for you to try out if you have the time and the enthusiasm to do so, right? But the next step of that, I want you guys to have a look at the Raspberry Pi. You guys familiar with the microcomputer? It's supposed to be the cheap, small form factor computer, right? So there's a lot of things that you can do with it as well. You can check it out yourself over here. And if you want to buy your own equipment, we in Malaysia usually go to an online store called Citron. You can click on the link here to check them out. They sell a lot of this cool stuff, and they also give you a lot of tutorials to try out, right? Now, under the IoT for Community project, we've got several workshops under our belt already. If you want to check them out, we have the recordings. You can go and check it out over here, right? Or if you have any further questions next time, you want to ask me about future projects and activities, feel free to drop me a message or an email, okay? Oh, there's people who saying they got some issues, can't do it on the phone, can't do it on the phone, same situation with me, okay, okay. All right, can't do it on the phone, all right. First and foremost, did you install the program on the phone already? Should be, right? You should have the VNC Connect, they call it, yeah? Right? Yes? So I'm monitoring the chat right now. Let me sign out of this first, okay? All right. If you're on, you've downloaded the VNC Viewer app. Second question, did you manage to log in using your real VNC account? Yes? You guys managed to log into your VNC account in here? No, you didn't. Okay, which means you need to log in first, okay? Let me see if I can log out of it first. If you want to log out, it's a little bit, you need to hunt for it. You have to go to your menu, you have to go to settings, and at the very bottom, there is a sign out selection. Just tap on that and sign out of your account. Now, if you have not signed in your account, it will look something like this, right? Is this clear? Can you guys see it? Right? So you have to go to this options menu here, right? And select sign in. There's a blue button up here that says sign in. You tap that and you put in your real VNC account in there, right, guys? Okay, the one that you use to register, you register a new account just now in real VNC. You got to put that in here. So what are the other uses for VNC Viewer? No, nothing. It just acts as a client for your remote desktop environment. If you have multiple computers, they'll be listed over here. So you can tap and select any of those to control, right? Provided that the other computer has internet connection and the server program is currently running. Okay. Right, guys, have you guys logged in already? I will log into mine now. IoT for Community 1 at gmail.com. Okay, once you put it in already. Excuse me, sir, how can I create my VNC account? Oh dear, that's what we did just now. Okay. You create your account by coming to this website. That's what we did earlier, right? Where is that? Where is it? This one. You go over to here. Just search for, let's just go to Google first. Google, right? Type real VNC, okay? Go to this website, real VNC. For those who have not created the account, you need to have the account, okay? Come over here, go to sign in, and then enter your email address that you want to use as your real VNC account, okay? Right, create that first, verify that through your email, and then you can use it in your handphone, right? Okay, yes, Tanya, yes. What's which part are you currently at? You already have the phone, and can you log into your account already, Tanya? You can't log into your account. Have you created your account just now? I have a new sign in. Oh, it's not this one. How to set the server to accept the request of access automatically? You can't. You actually have to confirm that first. What's the best VNC account for Windows? It's VNC, right? That's this VNC can only have, you can only work with VNC accounts. Are you talking about the email address, the email that you use for your account? It can be any email. It can be Hotmail, it can be Gmail, it can be Live, yeah? Yeah, so it doesn't matter, whichever one you use, as long as you have access to your email, okay? Like Outlook or, Office 365, yeah. So I use my Gmail, so that's the easiest for me to access it, okay? All right, Tanya, you are trying. So you've already created your account and you've already logged in. This is the first step. Okay. All right, guys, I'm here. If you have any questions, you can ask. All right. A new sign in. Oh, there we go. Let me sign myself in first. Authorize. Okay. You also can't log in. You also can't log in. All right. If you've created your account already, you have to go back to your email address, the one that you use for your account. And there should be a new email that asks you to verify the account first. You got to go in there, click on the button to authorize it. Otherwise, it will not allow you to log in. Okay. Tanya, maybe you need to check that out, all right? Go to your email and see if you can find that email. It has to look something like this, see? Real VNC new sign in. So you tap that in there, go inside and find it. Authorize. See, after you click on authorize, then they will allow you to go in. You have to do that. They have to make sure that it's really you, right? When you are logging in. Same as well, Asma. If you've created an account, make sure you go to your email again, the same one that you use for your account. Find the email that asks you to authorize it because they want to confirm it's you first. Okay. Wait, Notre Dame, right? Let's say I want to access the laptop at home. How to access it by client if nobody clicks accept on the laptop? Oh, no. You don't need to. You don't need to click accept on that laptop. You don't have to. On your server, right? If you haven't registered on the server yet, there's an option here to sign into Real VNC account. You click that and then you put in your account and the password for Real VNC. It will link your computer to the account. So as long as your computer is at home running and this program is running also, at school, you can use your VNC viewer to connect to it. Okay, you don't have to click accept on at the home computer there. Okay. Right. The remote depends on good internet connection. Yes, exactly. It depends on good remote access connection. Your internet. So if your internet sucks on one side, it will be very, very laggy. But even if it's laggy, it's still possible for you to download stuff. Okay. Can we what's that? Can you please show the steps how we remote on the other phone? You mean do it one more time? Can? Well, if I'm not wrong, you're going to have a recording of this this workshop, so you can always follow the steps that I did just now. Okay. You mean remote another phone, is it? Remote control another phone? I have not tried that because if I'm not wrong, they do have a server also. VNC server. Nope, not on the phone so far. You can use the phone. You use the phone for viewer, but not server. Okay. The steps without click accept. The steps without click accept. Okay. Let me demonstrate to you. Okay. I'll demonstrate to you. The Raspberry Pi that I mentioned just now, we already have the server running inside. It's currently turned on and the server is running inside. So I will show you how I connect to it now. You see this is my VNC viewer, right? You see my share screen? This is the Raspberry Pi automatically show up here already as long as I logged into my account, right? All I do is double click this guy. The menu will come out like this. If it detects the server is running and is connected to the internet, it will give me a prompt for me to type in the password. This is something that I set up already, right? So this is the password. Okay. And then you see, it will connect to the computer. I don't have to be at home to click accept. I just have to do it here. Right? And just like that, I can move the things around here. But a bit laggy because my home internet is not very good. Okay, guys? All right, we have another 4 more minutes. Any other questions? Any other help that you need? Remember, you can always rewatch again the recordings for the workshop, or you can follow the steps, the information that I've supplied in our handouts, all right? But again, I think the easiest way for you to find out how you can connect to VNC is by searching it on YouTube. The VNC, real VNC would have a lot of tutorial videos for you to follow as well if you find that there's some steps over here that I missed, okay? Right, so I hope you guys have fun with it, but please, please, please be careful. Use it with responsibility, okay? Don't remote control other people's computer, all right? Use it only on your own PC, and especially if you're going to build your own cool projects to transform them into IoT, all right? Okay, Tanya, I still can't do it on the phone or the laptop. I believe the problem here is because it's something to do with your account creation. Okay, something went wrong when you made the real VNC account. I suggest you try to do it one more time, right? To make sure you can really sign in and you authorize it. What I mean is you need to go to your email, find this email here, go open it and click on continue sign in. Otherwise, they will not allow you to proceed. Okay. Guys, usually when you have a problem with signing into the account, it's because you haven't verified it. So make sure you go back to your email, check it out, verify it first, and then go back in. Make sure you can go in first. Okay, step by step, yeah, guys. After your account site can log in, you can log into your platform, right? Then you set up on the server, and then you log in from that server, and then you set up your viewer. That's on your phone or another laptop, right? Then you log into the same account. Every time you do that, make sure you check your email to see if they ask you whether you are really you. Click yes or click authorize or sign in. Like this one, authorize sign in. Click it. So it confirms it's actually you. All right? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mizam. Yes. You can always rewatch the session, guys, if you want to go through the steps from the very beginning. All right. And like I said, if you have any further questions about it, you can always Google online or you can drop me an email. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So now that we reached this part of the workshop, remember that quiz that we did just now? I'm pretty sure I've already given you the nuggets of information that you would have been able to answer even better now, right? So just for the sake of self-fulfillment, guys, we will redo the quiz. So Atik and Isaac, can you help me post the link again one more time in the chat so everyone can go in there and smash that quiz to bits, yeah? Okay, Atik, can you post it on the chat?
Yeah, posted already.
All right. So one more time, few minutes of your time, go inside there and you know all the answers there is to know for it, okay? Now, by the way, if you're interested in any future activities related to IoT or IoT for community, you might want to go into, say, experiment with IoT projects that are simulated online, or you want to go into one that works with actual hardware. We do have those in the works, but we haven't have hard dates for it just yet. So you can always ask, it's nothing wrong with it. And I will keep you appraised, right? You will be the first to know whenever something comes up. All you have to do is just drop us an email, okay? All right. So in the meantime, guys, you can still ask me questions. We still have a little bit of time until 10:30, yeah? Can we control the desktop and other devices when it is offline? No. Remember, it's an IoT. You need to have internet connectivity, okay? But Eric, there is a possibility that you can control a computer without the internet, but you must have a home Wi-Fi connection. Understand? So you have a router at home with a wired connection to your computers. Yes, it's possible for you to do that, but not through the real VNC account, okay? VNC has a special feature over here. If you go to the viewer, right, you can enter an address, like something like 192.168.something of another computer that has the server running. And you can remotely connect like that. It's possible, but you must be in the same home network for it to work. Okay? All right, so that's kind of like a workshop for another day, but yes, it is possible without the internet, but you must be connected. You cannot be fully offline, yeah? And it cannot be turned off, obviously. You cannot turn it on for you. Yeah, yes, yep. If you're fully offline, you cannot connect to anywhere. You need to at least be connected to some sort of network, with or without the internet, okay? All right, come on, guys. Let's keep the questions going. Isaac, how's the YouTube live site?
For YouTube, I'm replying directly, but there is one new question.
Okay.
What is the limitation on the devices they can use?
5. You can register a maximum of 5 devices at any one time. If you want to change the machines, then you'll have to do what I did just now. You go over to the server over here and you remove it by going to licensing. Okay, and change it to something else. Or if you want to remove the computers, you're going to have to do it online through this place. Let me show you. Go back to, I need to sign back in, I think. Is it this one? Computers? Yeah, okay. So let's say I want to remove a computer, right? Just click on remove and then you'll automatically be disconnected. Okay, then you can add another server and register back in there. Wow, awesome. 10 out of 10. Smashed it. Great, great. Thanks, man. Thank you very much. Can we connect real VNC to tight VNC? I'm not too sure if it's possible. We have to see. Can real VNC connect? Oh, there we go. How to connect to a server using VNC clients? It seems that it might be possible. It might, but you need to check it out yourself, right? Do some self-research and you might be able to find it. Okay, possible. Awesome. Thank you everyone. Nice. See, that means we've learned something. So guys, I wish you all the best in your own experimentation at home, and I look forward to seeing you guys again in a future workshop. Hopefully you guys will be able to join us for our physical sessions. That will be awesome as well. If you're in Kuching anytime, that would be great. Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks, everyone. Okay. So we are pretty much okay now. Dr. Kamala, we have about 15 minutes.
Dr. Mark?
Yep. Yes.
You have done?
Yes, we are done. We still have some extra time. Do you want to reserve it for Q&A?
All right. Please carry on, Dr. Mark.
Cool, cool.
Please
Okay.
carry on, Dr. Mark. Yeah.
So we are still open for any questions, or those of you who are struggling can try out still, and we'll do our best to help you out. Okay. So remember, you can grab all of this extra information here from the handout. So be sure to grab yourself a copy. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Scanning for questions. Scanning for questions. Nice. I'm glad. I'm glad. Okay. I hope all of this you will find useful. And maybe one day you can join us for robot building sessions, IoT building sessions, and so forth. Okay. Cool, cool. Can we see these videos? I think you will get the recordings later from our RECSAM site. Yeah. You guys should be able to see it on the YouTube playlist too. Yeah. What's the difference between VNC and TeamViewer? Very good question. They both do the same thing. However, they're both made from different companies, so they're different products. So if we go for TeamViewer, here, let me just close this. We come over here and go to TeamViewer. Well, of course, the symbol is also blue. That is one thing. But the interface is a little bit different in TeamViewer. Okay. But TeamViewer has a few better features, especially if you're working in certain companies next time, right? And they are very closely integrated with other systems like MS Teams, others like Skype, for example. So this is much, much better for use in businesses. However, it might be a little bit too much overkill if you want to use it for simple projects. Yeah. Okay. Oh, what's the other question? You can control here. Yes, that's right. So are these links and videos available on your channel or website? This workshop recording is available at the SEAMEO SSYS YouTube playlist. Right, Dr. Kamala?
Yes, Dr. Mark.
This recording will be available in the YouTube playlist. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about AnyDesk?
Dr. Mark, there's one question for you.
Okay.
Yeah. What improvements can you think of for cloud computing?
Oh, improvements for cloud computing. A lot. For one thing, we can, in my opinion, as a researcher who has been dealing with cloud computing for a little bit of an extension, I would say we need to be able to afford more computation. Right now, yes, we can use cloud computing for all kinds of operations, right? Artificial intelligence, crunching numbers, storing data. But each transaction that we do now costs money. That's how companies online earn from this kind of thing. Companies like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, right? So I hope that one day computation online can be more economic, cheaper, so that people like us and the masses don't have to worry about getting supercomputers built in our own homes. We can rely on just subscribing it online, and it will still be cost effective. That is my greatest hope for improvement in cloud computing. Otherwise, in terms of technology, cloud computing is widening very, very, very rapidly. So that's why today you have self-driving cars, you have assistants, online assistants, they're really, really good. And the sky is the limit so far, yeah? Okay, so sorry, there was a question I was trying to get to. What about AnyDesk? Yeah, what's the difference with VNC? Again, similar to TeamViewer, AnyDesk is also another free, if I'm not wrong, it's a free alternative. AnyDesk, this one, right? This is also possible, but you need to be a little bit careful in terms of its support structure. It may not, well, I haven't used it, but you have to pay notice that you don't accidentally end up in a subscription. A lot of these online services, right, make it very easy for you to fall into that trap of accidentally paying fees. You don't want that, right? So I think any desk should be okay, just a different type of experience, right? You may notice, right, like if you use like WhatsApp versus Skype versus a long time ago we have MSN Messenger, you notice there's a difference of quality when you have your calls. It's the same thing with remote desktop. Sometimes the experience can differ because they use a different algorithm or the infrastructure might be a little bit different. Okay. Any that's similar? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Similar. TeamViewer since 2012, I can go for online meetings. A lot of things can be done. Yeah, that's right. That's right. TeamViewer is very, very commercial. Yeah. But like I said, for smaller projects, it might be a little bit overkill. But if you're already used to one, you can always stick with it, no problem. Just remember that you can't use like a VNC viewer to connect to TeamViewer. It's a different product family, right? It's a different remote desktop system, yeah? So each system has its own ecosystem, so you have to use only software that is compatible with them. Huh? Can you show us about the Arduino just now? How's the Arduino connected to the remote desktop? Ah, okay, sure. Sure. We have last 9 minutes, so I can show you. So the Arduino, right? I've wired it to a potentiometer. So see this one over here? So we have the 5 volts connected to one side. We have the ground connected to the other side. And then the data is going to the pin A0. And I'm running the serial analog example. So when you change the potentiometer here, you will see the value change in your serial monitor. Yeah. Okay. You guys can see it on my camera. Yeah. All right. All right. Does your VNC account work in low connection of the internet? Unfortunately, yes. You can still log in there, unfortunately, because when you try to remote desktop to another computer, but your internet connection is very poor, what's going to happen is that you're going to have a lot of lag. Like when you move your mouse once like this, you have to wait for about 3 or 4 seconds before it actually does that in the other computer. Sometimes that can be so bad that it's not very nice to use. So again, the limitation here is that you need to have good internet connection for both sides, yours as well as who you're connecting to. Right? All right. Any more questions, guys? Okay. So Isaac, anything to highlight on the YouTube side?
Not for now, because I've already replied to most of them.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Cool. Okay, very good. Ah, Dev, nice. So what happened just now, Devnan? Could it be the account verification thing? Oh, no worries. As long as you get it working, right? Nice. So if let's say you have a failed connection, there are several things that could happen. Number one, you got to make sure that your account is set up properly and you're verified. That's the first thing. Second thing could be your firewall. When you're installing the server and the viewer, at one point they will ask you whether you want to have an exception to your firewall. You need to have that. Otherwise, your firewall will slam shut and it will not allow that connection to happen. Right? So does the verification go to the number you enter? The verification goes into your email. Yeah. So you check your email inbox, right? You should be able to see a real VNC message to you. Go in there and click on the button. The email we sent. Yes, that's right. The verification will go to that email address. Yeah. So that's why when you select the account for your VNC, right? Use the one that you normally access, okay? The email account that you usually use. Yeah. All right. Awesome. I'm happy that you guys get it working. All right. It's a very powerful tool. which you need to use responsibly. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Do you guys need to have any closing remarks?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Mark, for the very interesting introduction of IoT. What I can conclude here is with a pretty simple concept of IoT is it means taking all the physical places and things in the world and connect them to the internet. Hope all of us managed to learn something and draw inspiration from this sharing. With that, I would like to thank our both speakers today, Dr. Mark and Prof. Lau. And now we have come to the end of the workshop. Please stay tuned because our our next program will begin soon with games and competitions. With that, I would like to over to Mr. Nizam. So Mr. Nizam, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamala. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big, not virtual applause, but two applause like this to Dr. Mark and his team from Swinburne University of Technology. In 3, 2, 1. One more time. In 3, 2, 1. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Mark and team from Swinburne University of Technology. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next session would be an online games. And this session will be conducted by the Knowledge Management Unit of RECSAM. And I'll be seeing you guys after the games, yeah, for the other sessions. Again, thank you so much for Swinburne University team. Hope to see you again in another IoT workshop, perhaps, yeah?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. See you guys again. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you. Now, I hand over the sessions to the knowledge management team led by Miss Azdiani. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nizam. Hi, everyone. How are you? Hope you are doing well. I'm Izdeni, and we are going to start our quizzes session right now. For your information, only 106 available for this session. So grab fast your seats now. Session going to start in any moment. The quizzes will take about 15 minutes, so do call all your friends and family members to join us. Okay, now we are going to share the link in the chat box. Do click that link to enter the quizzes posted in the chat box. We have about 5 minutes more to start the quiz, so do get ready. The link is in the chat box. Please click and join. We still have few minutes. Please call your friends to join. Sekarang apa dah? We still have a few minutes. Please call your friends to join. Wow, many people keep on joining. That's great. Okay, we are going to start the quiz in 1 minute's time. Stay tuned. Just a reminder, the quizzes will end in 15 minutes, so let's answer the quizzes as well as you can. Okay, let's start the quiz now. The first question is out. All the best, you all. out for extra power and money to get more opportunity. we are going to announce the three winners. Our third winner is Tan Zing Zuan. Our second winner is Chua Yi Jia. And our first winner is Natalie. Congratulations to all the winners. And gentle reminder to all the three winners, please write down your email address through chat box and we will contact you soon. Thank you and please stay tuned for our next program. For the time being, goodbye from me. Bye.
Right. Thank you very much, Miss Azdiani, for the ding 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 quiz. I love that music. Oh. All right. Congratulations to the winners, three of you. So please DM in the chat box to us your email address. Okay. And then we will send you something. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed with our next session shortly. This session would be a project's video presentation. We have another 14 videos for this SSYS 2022. Yesterday we had 14. Today we will have another 14 videos. Okay. For this session, the moderator will be Dr. Nelson Cyril. So with that note, I shall leave the session to Dr. Nelson. Over to you, Dr. Nelson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nizam. The host for today's auspicious event. Hello, testing. Okay. Right. Thank you, Mr. Nizam, the host for today's auspicious event. So my name is Nelson Cyril, and I'm the specialist here at SEAMEO RECSAM. In the second session of today's project video presentation, we will view another 14 presentations. Without much ado, let us dive in now. Thank you.
Alfonso Benitez,
River Lopez,
and Bianca Mendoza from the Ateneo de Manila Senior High School, and we'll be presenting our study on exploring the carbon footprint in an online learning environment.
of participating in the 12th Regional Congress on Search for SEAMEO Young Scientists, organized by SEAMEO RECSAM from 7 to 10 of March 2022.
Of our research is to be able to provide a general overview of the carbon footprint of the Ateneo Senior High School from a quantitative standpoint, to give a much more statistical and accurate analysis of data. Given the restrictions implemented due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we deemed that the switch to an online learning environment would cause a significant impact in terms of the overall carbon emissions of students and teachers. Through our research, we hope that our audience will have 1. A better understanding of the impact of the online learning environment on one's carbon footprint, 2. Increased awareness of the consequences of one's actions, specifically through increased dependence on technology towards the environment, and 3rd, an inclination towards the improvement of one's lifestyle and working habits via actions that reduce one's carbon footprint. It is important to take note that although multiple studies have been conducted on the effects of the switch to an online learning setting in terms of energy consumption, most of these studies do not focus on the impact of the educational sector.
So with this, we intended to explore the impact of the online learning environment towards the environment in terms of carbon footprint. To do this, we had to determine the different factors that make up an individual person's carbon footprint in the online learning environment, as well as whether or not there is a significant relationship with the participants' total carbon footprint and their respective location, role, and gadget consumption time. We conducted a survey that 92 people responded to, and we mainly gave them close-ended questions focused on their primary learning devices, internet devices, artificial light sources, and cooling devices. It is important to mention that we didn't include any questions pertaining to transportation or food, as the research study focused mainly on the online learning education setting. After collecting and validating the data, we converted the participants' gadget consumption time and website carbon footprint, which are the main factors for calculating their carbon dioxide emissions or their carbon footprint, to their respective carbon footprint using Google Sheets, the IPCC Calculated 2014, and the website Carbon Calculator. Following this, we then analyzed the data using quantitative techniques such as descriptive statistics, the Kruskal-Wallis H-test, and the Spearman's Rho test.
With this, our data showed that on average, participants produced 14 tons of carbon dioxide emissions per week, the majority spending 4 to 8 hours on their primary learning device, 0 to 2 hours their secondary learning device, 0 to 6 hours on their artificial light source, and 4 to 9 hours on their primary cooling device. In addition, their top most commonly visited websites were Messenger, Google Classroom, Gmail, and Google Docs. Given this, by using the Kruskal-Wallis H-test, we found that there was no significant difference between an individual's overall carbon dioxide emissions and their location and role. Lastly, by using the Spearman's Rho correlation, we found that there was no significant correlation between the total carbon footprint of the respondents with the consumption time of their secondary learning device and cooling device. However, it was found that there was a significant correlation with the consumption time of their primary learning devices and artificial light source. And based on our reviews of related literature and calculations, there are numerous possible factors that can affect the strength of these correlations, such as the time and frequency of use, and the wattages of the devices, since a high device usage time does not necessarily correlate to a high carbon emissions rate.
There was a significant correlation between an individual's carbon emissions and the time they spent on their primary learning devices and their primary artificial light sources. However, there was no significant correlation between an individual's carbon emissions and the time they spent on their secondary learning devices and their cooling devices. In addition, the average participant produced 14 tons of carbon emissions per week. All participants produced carbon emissions at a range of 1 to 81 tons per week. Based on this evidence, it is clear that our individual actions, however small, produce carbon emissions. If they are produced without consideration for the environment, they will accumulate in the atmosphere and contribute to global warming. Although it is understandable to think that less carbon emissions are produced due to the pandemic, literature and studies on the matter have stated otherwise, that an individual's energy consumption has increased both at home and online.
Noting all this, as individuals, we must then actively try to be mindful of our habits,
to be aware of the impact of our actions,
to collectively aim to improve our lifestyles,
The present state of affairs by taking action
for a safer and greener world for us all.
ladies and gentlemen. My name is Happy Novita.
I'm Muhammad Osman Fardin.
I'm Adinda Nabila. And I'm Adina Nadia. We are representative of Indonesia and we are here to introduce our product that we have been working on, which are medical face mask that is 90% organic and non-polymeric.
We noticed there was a rising amount of plastic pollutions in waters around the world, which we saw as a big concern. So we decided to dedicate our research to empower a more sustainable future by replacing the current personal protective equipment, which are medical face masks.
Most medical face masks that we use on a daily basis are usually made with polymeric materials that we identify as pollutants in the oceans due to their long lifetime and low degradability.
So on this research, we have found a solution by replacing basic medical face mask that has polymers with a better and organic way to minimize the pollution in the ocean. For the Seba kapok, we mixed boiled water with tapioca flour together until it becomes a white glue thick consistency. And then go ahead and put the Seba kapok inside the liquid solution and let it dry for a day. After drying it, we take the Seba and mold it to fit in a mask. After that, we sewed pineapple fiber cloth into the usual shape mask that is comfortable. And then we took the dried and molded Seba and put it in between the layers of the pineapple fiber.
This is the final product of our face mask that's made from fiber. There's a long tie over here and you can tie it when you wear it. Just put it in your ears to fit. And then tie the both ends in the back.
Hello สวัสดีค่ะ My name is Thanawan Tang Wasakun. This is Arun Lat Thong Suk. And the last one is Benjapha Jamjong Damrong Kit. We are representative from Sri Wat Mahapitharam Girls School in Thailand. Today we are going to present about efficacy of anthocyanin extract from mangosteen peel to control back moth disease caused by Aspergillus niger with Mr. Lonachai Kinka as advisor. This video is submitted for the purpose of participating in 12 regional congress on search of SEAMEO Young Science organized by SEAMEO RECSAM from 7 to 10 March 2022.
Project Rationale. We are interested in how anthocyanin works because we found one study to suggest its ability to reduce disease transmission in agricultural products. In the research, anthocyanin content was discussed in relation to the incidence of fungal disease in blackberry. This raises the question, if we use anthocyanin as a component to maintain agricultural products, such as onions, will we get the same result as the trials we studied?
Why onion? Onion is an important cash crop of Thailand for domestic and export. Nowadays, onions are often found outbreaking of black moth and rot disease that is dangerous for producer and consumer.
Project description study goal to study the ability of anthocyanin to slow down the growth of Aspergillus niger.
And this is the phases of work that we have done.
Procedure, method, and process of the study. Part 1. Morphological characteristic examined. First, spread Aspergillus niger from the onion. Second, use a cotton swab to dip in Aspergillus niger. Then spread on a PDA plate. Leave it for 48 hours. Next, examine the morphology using a microscope. Part 2. Extraction of anthocyanin from mangosteen peel. Soak mangosteen peel in solvent, then pour the solution through filter paper. After that, evaporation solution by using a rotary evaporator. Then wedge solid and keep solid in pot.
Part 3. Anthocyanin efficacy test for inhibiting the growth of Aspergillus niger. 1. This diffusion method. First, separate Aspergillus niger from the onion. Second, use a cotton swab to dip in Aspergillus niger, then spread on a PDA plate. Next, divide this into 4 parts. Dip in anthocyanin extract from mangosteen and ethanol as a control unit. 4. Observe PDA plate for 24 and 48 hours. 2. Test on onion. First, cut the onion in half. Second, spray anthocyanin solution with distilled water as a unit on one of onion. Finally, separate part of onion are stored under confined air and no light for 24, 48, and 72 hours. Extraction of anthocyanin from mangosteen peel. 150 ml of anthocyanin solution. After evaporated by rotary evaporator, 0.15 gram of dark red solid. Wash often.
Project outcome. Morphological characteristic examined. Found that the fungus grows slippery and dusty. In a microscopic study, found cornidia on the conidiophore.
Anthocyanin efficacy test for inhibiting the growth of Aspergillus niger. 1. Diffusion method. After 24 hours, an inhibition zone of 1.5 cm in diameter was formed. Inhibition zone size decreased after 48 hours. 2. Test on onion. After 22 hours, the water spray onion developed mold, unlike the part spray with anthocyanin solution, which only has a darker color but no fungus.
Conclusion. From the study of the efficacy of anthocyanin extract from mangosteen peel in inhibiting the growth of Aspergillus niger in onion, anthocyanin extract was found to inhibit the growth of Aspergillus niger in onion.
Benefits of studies. Developed as a product to prevent and inhibit the growth of Aspergillus niger instead of chemical products. First, safe and cheaper than toxic chemical products. Second, help farmers who involved can add the value of mangosteen peel become more valuable product. And this is the reference.
Dear judges, we are Chi Mai, Khánh Linh, Bảo Quang, Duy Khôi from Bách Khoa Maths and Science Club, Hà Nội, Việt Nam. Our research is later de cocoa, from cheap dietary food to a functional material, selective oil absorbable aerogel. I would like to start our presentation with the background of our study. Apart from heavy metal ions, oil organic solvent spills also contribute to water pollution. Because of this, the demand for oil and organic solvents absorbance is enormous. Currently, the main way to resolve this problem is by using oil absorbent pads made of polypropylene. Despite their high absorption capacity, these pads are not biodegradable, so they end up as plastic waste after use, further contribute to water pollution. Third, there is an increasing demand for biodegradable natural items that can absorb oil or organic solvents such as cellulose and chitin. Among many sources of cellulose raw materials in Vietnam, we chose to study later de cocoa, an agro-industrial byproduct due to its high purity of over 90% bacterial cellulose, biodegradability, and low cost.
In this study, we aim to use simple physical-chemical methods to convert a low-cost, abundant dieting food material, nata de coco, into functional organic solvents absorbent material. There are currently some other studies on different kinds of cellulose, such as rice straw or wood pulp, to produce aerogel for oil absorption purposes. However, the studies on nata de coco are still limited. Thus, there is still room for investigations into the use of bacterial cellulose in nata de coco as a raw material for the production of cellulose aerogels. The materials and chemicals required are nata de coco, which we get from Ben Tre, Vietnam, sodium hydroxide and urea from China, and limosilane from Evonik Industries. To prepare green aerogel from nata de coco for oil absorption, nata de coco was first gradually dissolved in aqueous sodium hydroxide and urea solution at -5 degrees Celsius to 0 degrees Celsius. A dense cube of gel with high viscosity was formed after the process and was left to coagulate in ethanol solution for 2 to 3 days. The wet cube of gel was then washed with distilled water and freeze-dried. The obtained dry aerogels were labeled cocoa 1.5, cocoa 2, cocoa 2.5, with the concentration of nata de coco at 1.5%, 2%, and 2.5% respectively. To absorb oil, hydrophilic cellulose aerogel needs to be coated with organosilanes to turn into a hydrophobic substance like oil. Sample cocoa was treated with memosilane through chemical vapor deposition process in a vacuum oven.
Moving on, we'll talk about the findings and results. This is a picture of our obtained aerogels put above a flower's petals, proving its low density. This table shows the physical properties of cocoa 1.5, 2, and 2.5. Results show that all aerogels have high porosity, but the porosity of cocoa 1.5 is the highest, resulting in its lowest density. It also has the highest surface area. The below figure shows the microstructure of the cross-section of the aerogels. All aerogels possess an open porous honeycomb-like structure. A network of interconnected uniform cellulose fibers also appeared on the surface of the pore wall. Measurements of changes in water contact angle of cocoa aerogels over different salinization times were taken and reported in these figures. Cocoa becomes highly hydrophobic, with the largest water contact angle recorded at 132 degrees after 12 hours of salinization. This figure shows the first 5 minutes of the waste motor oil absorption process from water. The material easily absorbed the motor oil while floating in the water, indicating the high absorption capacity of the aerogel. After 5 minutes, oil was completely absorbed. This figure shows the maximum absorption capacities of cocoa aerogel with 6 different solvents. It exhibited high absorption capacities of over 1000% by weight gain for waste motor oil, diesel, and gasoline, which are similarly effective as common synthetic oil absorbent based on polypropylene.
Coming to our conclusion, based on the above results, it can be concluded that obtained biodegradable aerogel has great oil absorption capacity. It is also an ideal candidate as a raw material for producing oil absorption aerogel. Our material meets 7/17 Sustainable Development Goals by UNDP.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the juries, Your Excellency, the committees. It's a great pleasure for me to present Smart Anti-Epidemic Wi-Fi Robot on Search SEAMEO Young Scientist. But first, let me introduce our teams. My name is Safira Aulia Rulianti.
My name is Muhammad Isnai.
My name is Kamala.
My name is Galang Egi Hermawan.
And also our advisors, Mrs. Rodiatul Jannah, SPD MM, and Mrs. Martamila Sugesti, SPD SS MPD. This video is submitted for the purpose of participating in the 12th Regional Congress on Search for SEAMEO Young Scientists organized by SEAMEO RECSAM from 7 to 10 March 2022.
A virus that is currently worldwide. This virus can be deadly to humans. We must do various ways to avoid the virus by keeping distance and not having physical contact with patients or other people, and sterilizing the room with disinfectant.
To minimize the spread of the coronavirus, we created a robot that can sterilize the room by spraying disinfectant. The robot that sterilizes the room by being connected to Wi-Fi and cell phone device as a remote.
We start the research with observation and identifying the problem. After that, we making a research literature, and then we prepare the equipment to making the prototype and do the experimental. After that, we analyze the experimental and making the product. Implementation of product is the last step of the procedure.
On the robot sensor, we use the principle of optical sensor physics, namely the law of reflection, where the reflected ray lies in the plane of incidence and the angle of reflection is equal to the angle of incidence.
When the infrared is exposed to a mirror that is not straight or angle, the sensor cannot work because the infrared reflection doesn't reach the sensor, according to the distance specified in the program.
Photoelectric sensors require sufficient energy to detect an object. This research uses infrared. Why use infrared? Because infrared has a sufficient light to detect an object so that the sensor can work according to the maximum distance.
This robot is very useful, especially in hospitals and public places, even plantations. Even in hospital, this robot can spray disinfectant liquid, and in public places, it can spray air freshener, and in a plantation, it can be used like tiles. This product is recommended to the public to make it easier to carry out the room sterilization process so that it's more efficient in time, cost, and energy. This research, Smart Anti-Epidemic Wi-Fi Robots, is in accordance with SDG or Sustainable Development Goals number 3, Good, Health and Welfare Guaranteeing a Healthy Life, because this project can help humans in spraying rooms without the need to face-to-face with patients or people at work. In addition, this project also provides innovation and infrastructure in technology that is accordance with SDG number 9, the innovation and infrastructure industry. This smart anti-epidemic Wi-Fi robot can help sterilize a room without the need for labors.
In conclusion, the situation during pandemic requires new economical technology.
we have attempted to present some of the more important things of smart anti-epidemic Wi-Fi robots.
We thank you all of your kind attention.
And we are looking forward to another opportunity of see you again.
Thank you very much and
Goodbye.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Deni Manditin.
Hi, I am Vincent Naratamu.
Hi, I'm Salvia Sesa.
Hi, I am Mahsuri binti Yusuf. We are from Indonesian School of Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, Malaysia. We will present our research project entitled EcoGrow, Eco-Enzyme Liquid Innovation Products from Local Food Waste as a multifunctional future liquid. This video is submitted for the purpose of participating in the 12th Regional Congress Search for SEAMEO Young Scientists and organized by SEAMEO RECSAM from 7 to 10 March 2022. We are happy to join SEAMEO RECSAM 2021 event. Good luck all! Welcome to EcoGrow. Protecting the environment is an obligation for all human beings. In the sector of natural resources and the environment, it is necessary to pay attention, to effort, to preserve and use wisely, so that future generations also can feel it. Food waste is one of the dominant waste on Earth, with 1.3 billion tons of food per year, the majority of which consists of fruit and vegetable waste. The waste in the studies comes from school canteen, which needs further processing, so that the waste has a high selling value and can be useful, one of which is used as an ecoenzyme. Ecoenzyme is fermented liquid made from organic waste that can be used as a quality fertilizer, disinfectant, cleaning fluid, etc.
The research method is experimental and the literature study. The shell used in the study were digital scale 1 liter bottle and the funnel. The material used in the study were water, food, waste and sugar with tradition 231. The process that goes through in the manufacture begin the preparation of salt. The material after fruit, waste the egg, the water and sugar are dead.
When all the ingredients have been added, then the fermentation process is carried out by leaving airspace. Then shake the bottle containing the water and sugar solution and until evenly mixed. If it's mixed evenly, then label and store it in the place that is not exposed to sunlight. As the fermentation process progresses, then on 7-day, 30-day, and 70-day, gas removal and stirring and carry out of regularly.
Thus, I can conclude that eco-grow project is very beneficial because it can ration food waste and can bring business operation because it's this profitable. Netagara my intelligent organic waste diversion and division, as mentioned by Mashuri Namchi and qualitative flotation, disinfectant, hand sanitizer, etc.
Environmental pollution, particularly in bodies of water, is one of the most important concerns today. Heavy metal containing contaminants are produced and discharged into water by human and industrial activities, rendering them inaccessible and affecting human health and the environment.
According to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, 15% of the organic pollution in the rivers is caused by industrial wastewater. Unsafe water kills more people than all other types of violence combined.
Conforming to the World Health Organization of 2019, insufficient wastewater management in cities, industries, and agriculture results in dangerously contaminated or chemically polluted drinking water for hundreds of millions of people. That being said, by the year of 2025, half of the current population will be pushed to live in water-stressed areas, where drastic increase in reliance on wastewater will arise. Reuse of the wastewater will be an important approach of irrigation in benefit to agriculture and compliance to high demand in food production.
Due to this problem, the researchers came up with a study the potential bioabsorption activity of desiccated water spinach, Ipamea aquatica stalks, and rambutan Nephilim lapaceum peel on divalent lead, hexavalent chromium, and heptavalent manganese in rich wastewater samples.
Toxic heavy metals including lead, chromium, and manganese are present in different kinds of water. Taliahan River, located at Malabon City, Philippines, has several industrial factories that add industrial effluents enormously to water deterioration. Based on the Environmental Management Bureau report on monitoring of dissolved oxygen levels, it shows that 13% has poor quality, including the Taliahan River. Given that low quantities of dissolved oxygen increase the toxicity of heavy metals when combined with the presence of dangerous compounds, it may cause stress reactions in aquatic ecosystems. The researchers concentrated on the river in order to avoid irreparable damage to the water surface.
In this study, water spinach stalks and rambutan peels were utilized. Research on the use of these two agro-waste for the production of activated carbon is a welcome development, as it would serve as a cheap alternative prosecutor as well as reducing the cost of waste management.
A quantity of 0.80 grams of lead nitrate, 1.86 grams of potassium chromate, and 0.5 grams of potassium permanganate were weighed using a laboratory precision balance. Each solute was dissolved in 500 ml distilled water. Homogenization of mixable liquids containing solid particles was conducted using a magnetic sphere for 2 hours each. 100 ml of each solution was used for water quality testing to determine the concentration of each heavy metal in the solution.
Rambutan peels and water spinach stalks were obtained from the Hulong Duhat market at Malabon City. The agro-waste were desiccated and were pulverized using a blender and transferred to a sterilized container.
All experiments carried out in this study were done using 0.24 grams of rambutan and water spinach adsorbent in 120 ml of lead-2 nitrate, potassium chromate, and potassium permanganate solution, keeping the mass-volume ratio as 1:500. The mixtures were agitated using a laboratory centrifuge at 6,000 rpm for 8 minutes.
Lead-rich wastewater has an average of 1,032 parts per million. After mixing with the agro-waste, water spinach has decreased the most parts per million with 23.4 remaining.
Chromium-rich wastewater has an average of 1,078 parts per million. After mixing with the agro-waste, rambutan has decreased the most parts per million with 47.37 remaining.
Manganese-rich wastewater has an average of 419 parts per million. After mixing with the agro-waste,
Water spinach has decreased the most ppm with 20.4 remaining.
The incorporation of the two aggregates significantly reduces the amount of heavy metal ions on each of the tested solutions. Hence, the adsorption capacity for heavy metals increases as the amount of variables increase. In addition, rambutan peel works better in chromium-rich polluted waters, while water spinach stalks adsorbs better in lead and manganese-rich ones.
A pleasant day to our dear panelists. Today we are going to present our study entitled Retract, a new way to get rid of household rats through robotics.
I am Theo.
I am Linya Kyle.
I am Jeff.
And I am Charm. This video is submitted for the purpose of participating in the 12th Regional Congress on Search for SEAMEO Young Scientists, organized by SEAMEO RECSAM from March 7 to March 10, 2022.
The most common problems in our household are pests and rats. Rattus is a genus of muroid rodents, all typically called rats. It has a high potential as the carrier of diseases. The most common diseases caused by rats are leptospirosis, salmonella, hantavirus, and tularemia. They may not have any symptoms, but they can be carriers. Aside from harboring diseases, they also chew on clothes, wires, and foods. They make use of these materials for their food and to create their nests. They enter our homes through small passages or even a toilet.
Over the years, people have been constantly looking for a way to get rid of rats infestation inside their homes. Mousetraps were first introduced to the public market around 1894, advertising that the product can effectively catch rats off guard and could help lessen the common problems we face inside the household. However, it seems like the rats evolved and are now able to avoid these traps, causing these measures to be ineffective against them. They continue to thrive as their population multiplies, making it harder to get rid of them.
Robotics is a branch of computer science and engineering. As technology upgrades, robotics comes up with new designs and robots that can potentially be helpful to reduce workload and solve common problems as well. It performs a specific task given by a human through a form of coding using different programming languages. Robots are also capable of carrying out complex tasks as long as proper instructions are given.
Rodents are long-standing major problems in most households. They affect many houses in different ways. Many attempts have been made to solve this problem. Mouse traps, glue traps are some examples. And since one of the major problems that most households are currently facing are rats, researchers' goal is to make a device that is much effective in repelling these pests. Instead of killing them, the researchers' focus is on repelling them away. This will be useful for households that are infested by rats and will protect the community from it and the disease they carry.
The main purpose of this study is to create a device that will be able to repel household pests such as rats. Rat populations grow rapidly and often require more extreme pest control measures. That is why the researchers came up with the idea of making a gadget that can potentially make the rat population decrease inside the household and lessen the risk of getting infected by the diseases brought by them.
The materials needed for this study are the following: 220 volts power source, battery, Arduino Uno, robotic sweeper, passive infrared motion sensor (PIR), wires, ultrasonic sound wave device, USB connector.
PIR robotic motion sensor was well designed. The navigational abilities of the robot were put to the test. By following walls, the robot was able to navigate around. It could also follow trash cans, tables, desks, and even oddly shaped objects like lined up garbage against the wall. The robot demonstrated good robustness in identifying and avoiding random events preventing its direction, as well as sensing and following the stairwell edge. As a result, it is fair to conclude that the robot's navigational performances meets the specification of the issue statement but limited only to flat surface.
Team members: Kuhan son of Tilinadin, Lucas Emil John, Ronaldo son of Antonio, Virendranath son of Harichandran. This video is submitted for the purpose of participating in the 12th Regional Congress on Search for SEAMEO Young Scientists organized by SEAMEO RECSAM from 7th to 10 March 2022. Metaverse allows people to interact in a more immersive way than a traditional website. A flat video chat online with many people in a grid can't compare to the more natural turn-taking, reading emotions, interests, and other qualities of in-person conversations. Whether with a hyper-realistic or animated avatar, using cameras and AI to transfer facial expressions, voice and spatial audio will ratchet up to the lifelike quality of interaction significantly and help speed up how quickly people feel connected. Great friendships and other relationships have been created online since simple text chat, but it's far slower and has a lower chance of establishing a strong connection. Virtual worlds and virtual spaces like Roblox or Minecraft are full of millions of users with businesses that rival small countries. Big investments in new technologies point towards a metaverse that opens the possibility of new forms of work called the infinite office and reshape the digital economy. Emma Ascott says, virtual worlds will be very valuable in the creation of the infinite office. An upcoming announcement has come after an outbreak of coronavirus that has destroyed companies. This company holds events for large enterprises in a virtual world and has so far worked well, holding events within an arcade or in an office such as Wreck-It Ralph for an instance. The real reason people go to events is to go meet someone. The chance of meeting in which you can open conversations which hopefully lead to business, or you can talk to a salesperson in an exhibition hall. That's stuff we can do on Engage because we have a sound space. You can jump out of your seat, walk down the corridor, or speak in private. Meta will allow users to obtain info and gain knowledge about topics in a more virtual, interactive way than before. For instance, if you're interested in history and geography, you'll be able to travel to any place at any time period. The industrial era, ancient Greece, you name it. Want to see how America built the White House? It'll be possible to watch its constructions from the ground up. Or if you're keen on astrology, you can learn about the intricate details that make up each spatial body by looking up 3D rendered visuals of constellations and planets. If things go as Meta plans, this could be a giant leap for education, technology, and visual learners. There are already instances such as virtual reality VR and augmented reality AR games and applications such as Horizon Worlds or Half-Life 3. The tools needed to unlock this not-so-distant reality from ours are just a augmented reality or virtual reality headset. They basically act as your eyes in this reality, allowing you to embrace worlds that hasn't been known to humankind or just fantastical in a way. There are many companies leading in the VR headset industry. However, the most prominent one has to be from the multi-million-dollar company dubbed the Oculus, which is a branch company of Meta run by Mark Zuckerberg himself, the person who's trying to break into the metaverse barrier. Oculus Quest 2, the latest release in the series, enables a user to track their hand, feet, and head movement while being just stationary, thus preventing you from injuring yourself, such as tripping over a wire. The Oculus Quest theoretically permits you to explore and experiment a digital space at the safety of your home. Moreover, you can interact with virtual objects like having a lightsaber at your fingertips or living your dream of being an archer. To add on to that, Oculus has been working on something with the code name Project Cambria, which is set to release this year, which increases the comfort of the user by a tenfold and allows the interpretation of facial expressions. There are also sensors such as digital sensors, optical sensors, and gyroscopes for an ever more immersive metaverse experience. Meta is also working on electromyography (EMG) input devices that transmit nerve impulses in the brain to the input device, altering the way of interaction, where you can talk to other people in the metaverse telepathically with just a thought. The metaverse is an immersive virtual reality version of the internet where people can interact with digital objects and digital representations of themselves and others, and can move more or less freely from one virtual environment to another.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency the judges, Your Excellency the committees. We would like to introduce our team. The members are Anjana Mauna Fiansa,
Andrea Kinaulia, Chiquita Inagirevi,
Muhammad Afan Tarmizi. We are Relay Stream from SMKS Ibrahimi Wan Sukorjo, East Java, Indonesia. In this occasion, we would like to present our project under title Natural Scabies for Skin Health. This video is submitted for the purpose of participating in the 12th Regional Congress on Search for SEAMEO Young Scientists organized by SEAMEO RECSAM from 7 to 10 March 2022.
Skabies atau kudis adalah penyakit kulit yang disebabkan oleh infeksi tunggal zat herpes skabies. Tunggal tersebut bereproduksi pada permukaan kulit, lalu masuk ke dalam kulit untuk bertelur, sehingga menyebabkan gatal. Orang yang berisiko terkena penyakit.
At boarding school, there are several problems in skin health. One of them is scabies, which has the highest percentage of cases. Scabies is a skin infection disease caused by the ectoparasite mud sarcoptic scabies. Based on a survey by the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia in 2007, there were 14,798 boarding schools with a fairly high prevalence of scabies.
Seeing the high cases of scabies, we use neem leaf for scabies soap to treat scabies disease. Neem or Azadirachta indica juice contain many compounds that can kill mites, one of which is tannins, which can slow the growth of mites and have a damaging effect on mites.
We started to determine the theme for the competition. After that, we produced the product. Firstly, the process of making soup. It took almost 1 month. While making soup, we input data on skin health cases in boarding school. After that, we chose the object of study. Then distributed our product to the object.
A saponification reaction happens as a result of the chemical reaction. Carboxylic acid is reacted with sodium hydroxide to produce an ester in the form of a chemical compound formula that was found, and another product, namely water.
After 2 months of observation, the patient with scabies disease has decreased and the number of the lesion also decreased and dries quickly. This is an improvement on skin health. This neem leaf soap, which is the result of our project, has various benefits. There are cure scabies disease, cure acne, treat dry skin, and shrink pores.
This study is suitable with development goals number 3, which is to ensure healthy life and promote well-being for all ages. Basically, this product is made to help cure skin disease in several boarding schools. Not only students who can use this product, all ages can also use it to treat skin disease. Cases like this can also occur in the wider community who live in limited clean water, unhealthy lifestyles, and poor sanitation.
Based on the result above, it can be concluded that the use of scabious soap can improve the skin health of the students, and this has an impact on a decrease in scabious cases.
Thank you for your nice attention, and the last we say goodbye and see you later.
We are Adeline Albalate, Francine Fabricante, and Patricia Pascual from the Philippines, presenting our research entitled The Development of an Expanding Flotation Device Emulating the Buoyancy Strategies of Fire Ants, also known as Solenopsis invicta. This video is submitted for the purpose of participating in the 12th Regional Congress for SEAMEO Search for Young Scientists, organized by SEAMEO RECSAM from March 7 to 10, 2022.
Drowning injuries and deaths have been affecting humans, especially children, worldwide. Around 320,000 people die each year due to drowning, and in 2019, 144,000 drowning deaths are from the Asia-Pacific region. With the rise of climate change and global warming, typhoons are becoming stronger and more frequent. For typhoon-prone countries like the Philippines and the rest of Southeast Asia, major flooding is the main cause of death from drowning, especially in highly urbanized areas.
But why are there so many drowning deaths? I thought we had flotation devices.
Well, even though they're commercially available flotation devices, the additional equipment needed for air pumping is an inconvenience. They are also made of thin and plastic materials that are easily punctured and not as durable, which would contribute to more plastic waste in our oceans. Lastly, due to their large and bulky designs, lifeguards are not able to see the people who are drowning underneath them. In fact, flotation devices are banned in some beaches, such as in Chicago, because of these reasons. With so many people suffering from these easily avoidable deaths, we decided to look into an unanticipated solution to solve this problem: fire ants.
These organisms demonstrate raft-like strategies and float on water. In short, they are buoyant. This is achieved through their interlocking tarsi or forearms. Our project aims to develop an expandable flotation device emulating the same strategy and reaching the minimum buoyancy of 22 pounds or 9.98 kilograms to be able to carry most adults.
So, how did we create this amazing, adjustable, buildable, sustainable, and durable flotation device? 3 interlocking mechanisms were made based on the fire ant's tarsi. The tarsi are represented by the 2 modules attached to one another. IM1 was chosen since it had the high degree of freedom, the median printing time, a flexible design, and could carry 11.34 kilograms of weight without deformities. IM1 has a snap buckle-inspired design with an added hook feature to connect the modules and prevent vertical movement. After the IMs, 3 module designs for the flotation device were developed. The modules were based on a Toddy-Bichenko, where the ratio of the ant's body to their tarsi is around 1 to 3.86. After creating our modules, the volume and the mass were taken using 3D modeling software to help us calculate their theoretical buoyancies and compare which design would carry the most weight and take the least number of modules to carry a person.
3 modules were then created. Module 1 with a dumbbell shape and 2 half-circle head and gaster, Module 2 with a hexagonal head and gaster and rectangular mid-body, and Module 3 with quadrilateral modules. Upon theoretical calculations, Module 2 would require the least number of modules and the smallest raft to attain minimum buoyancy. Thus, the final design to be used for the raft would consist of the IM1 and Module 2 design. To carry an adult, the minimum buoyancy of a flotation device is 9.98 kilograms. 220 pieces of Module 2 are needed to attain such buoyancy, to be arranged 20 by 11 on each side. As shown by Adeline, a prototype consisting of 4 modules was printed to try and test the accuracy of the calculations. We tested the prototype by adding 180 grams of weights on top of the raft, which was equal to the projected weight to be carried by it. The table shows the raft measurements gathered from the 3D modeling software and the actual ones from the printed models after 3 trials. Despite the variation of the weight, length, and width, the theoretical and actual buoyancies are almost the same.
To summarize, we developed Solenopsis Invicta-inspired flotation devices with the design of IM1 and Module 2 working most favorably. Theoretical calculations backed up by prototype testing show that our device can support an adult in water. The raft's buoyancy is equal to 9.98 kilograms, which means it can carry an average adult in water. Our device is also made of durable material and is guaranteed to float. It could also be adjusted depending on the purpose needed, like rescue and transportation of goods.
Even though our study is already fantastic, we can further improve it by optimizing the dimensions while keeping the answer ratio to see if the buoyancy could increase. With our current designs, a buoyancy test for the full raft could be conducted and compared to our theoretical computations. Lastly, human testing could also be conducted to test the functionality of our flotation device and to receive client feedback for further improvements in the design.
Developing and improving this device can be a brilliant solution to address the problems of drowning and plastic waste made from cheaply made floaters. Our device could be a substitute for large and bulky flotation devices requiring air and lessen drowning recreational injuries. Thank you for listening to our presentation.
Hi, my name is Nicole Grace Wong. My name is Marti. My name is Salim Charlie. We are from Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan Labuan. Our school is located in Labuan, Malaysia. Our project method is but not done at school.
This video is submitted for the purpose of participating in the 12th Regional Congress on Search for SEAMEO Young Scientists organized by SEAMEO RECSAM from 7 to 10 March 2022. We are doing food not lawn at school because we want to convert our lawn at school to grow food. If we don't conduct this research, the rate of students who are starving will increase. Other than that, the lawn at school are causing negative environmental impact because it uses herbicides to kill weeds.
Furthermore, food not brought at school will help students and their family who are facing food insecurity and hunger. In addition, their mental and physical health will also improve. According to a conducted survey on 2,740 low-income respondents from 9 June to 21st July 2020, shows that food insecurity is associated with 257% higher risk of anxiety and 253% higher risk of depression after losing a job during the pandemic. In this project, we use aquaponic method. The method that we use for our project is an agricultural technology incorporating aquaculture and hydroponic activity in one water circulation.
First of all, the rainwater is collected in the water tank. The rainwater will be used for the fish and the plants will be placed on top of the fish tank. The type of fish that we are using is tilapia fish. This fish can produce wastewater and it contains ammonia that can harm animals. The wastewater will be pumped to the plants. After that, the plants will filter the water through their roots by changing ammonia into nitrate and nutrients that serve as fertilizers for the plants. It will release oxygen and water that are free from ammonia. The water that are filtered will return back to the fish tank, and the water in the fish tank will be free from ammonia. This circulation will continue unless the pump is not operating, and that is when there is no sunlight.
There are great deal of benefit when using aquaponic method. The aquaponic method uses 90% less water than traditional farming. Water and nutrients are recycled in a closed slope fashion which conserves water. It is also chemical free because pesticides are not used during aquaponics. Furthermore, this method allows faster growth. It is because plants get access to 100% natural nutrients all day long.
The estimated budget for this research is about 300 ringgit Malaysia, which is quite cheap. Other than that, it also uses about 48 man-hours to complete. This is a fun and interesting activity to undergo at home or even at school.
Thank you.
Good day. I am John Ronan Reyes, a grade 12 STEM student of Tabaco National High School, and I am greatly honored and humbled to present to you my study titled Utilization of Tibig Ficus nota fruit as Oil Spill Biosorbent for a Sustainable Environment. Oil spill is one of the environmental problems that threatens the marine, terrestrial environment, and poses public health disaster. This usually occurs when there is an accidental release of liquid petroleum hydrocarbon products, most often in large bodies of water. Various alternatives are done to eliminate oil from the bodies of water, such as spraying of expanded graphite and chalk, burning of oil with wicking agents, application of floating barrier, amongst others. These methods are costly, pose some environmental and health hazards, and includes inefficiency of the amount of oil adsorbed. One of the known methods for oil spill removal is adsorption, which involves adhesion of particles of gas, liquid, or dissolved solids to a surface. This is considered as most attractive, simple, efficient, no harmful byproducts, and pose low energy consumption. Potential source that can be used in this regard is tibig fruit. Despite its availability in the local community, this underutilized species has little economic potential. Based on previous chemical analysis, tibig contains tannins, starch, and other functional groups which can be utilized to adsorb oil. This study is also in response to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, specifically along Goal 6, clean water and sanitation, to improve water quality by reducing pollution. This research was undertaken to determine the effectiveness of tibig fruit as biosorbent for oil-contaminated water. This also sought answers to the following research questions. Number 1, what is the mean amount of oil adsorbed in the different treatments? Number 2, how effective is the tibig in each setup in terms of percentage removal of oil? Number 3, is there a significant difference on the amount of adsorbed oil in the different treatments? The methodology of the study includes, number 1, collection of materials and tibig fruits. Number 2, preparation of biosorbents. Number 3, scanning electron microscopy of biosorbents. Number 4, preparation of oil-water mixture. Number 5, oil sorption test. And lastly, data analysis and interpretation. As to biosorbent preparation, 3 types of adsorbent were prepared. Number 1, the untreated tibig. No chemical treatment was applied in this type of adsorbent. Number 2, hydrochloric acid. 100 grams of tibig was treated with 29% hydrochloric acid to remove any soluble and oxidizable components. Number 3, mercerization method. 100 grams of tibig was soaked in 18% sodium hydroxide solution for 24 hours. As to sorption test, the experiment was conducted employing the ASTM F72612. For simulated seawater, a 3.5% sodium chloride solution was prepared. The mixture used for sorption experiment was composed of 150 ml salt solution and 15 ml crude oil. 3 setups were prepared for the sorption experiment. Each setup was composed of oil-water mixture poured with 2 grams of each type of adsorbent. The amount of oil adsorbed was determined using mean and percentage. To determine if significant difference exists in the amount of oil adsorbed in the different setup, analysis of variance was used. From the physical properties observed in the different treatments, the untreated tibig had more rigid and compact surfaces. There's shrinkage and change in color on the surface of hydrochloric acid treated, and for the mercerized tibig, there's a major alteration in the surface, and it can be noted that the surface totally shrunk, completely destroyed. The difference in morphological structures can be attributed to the chemical treatment applied to tibig. The data table shows that mercerized tibig adsorbed the greatest amount of oil with 78.91% average adsorption, followed by hydrochloric acid treated tibig with 39.03% average adsorption. Untreated tibig fruit adsorbed the least amount of oil with 22.51% average adsorption. Based on the ANOVA computation, there is a significant difference on the amount of oil absorbed in the different treatments. For the conclusions and recommendations, adsorption of oil was made possible using tibig fruits as biosorbents, which can be used as a potential material for oil spill remediation. chemical pre-treatments have significant effect on the oil sorption capacity of biosorbents. For a higher percentage removal of oil, the mercerized treatment can be applied. It is recommended to fabricate a machine in the production of biosorbents. The effect of varying the contact time, temperature, dosage, and pH to oil sorption capacity be further investigated. Likewise, the use of the big fruits in solving other environmental problems like heavy metal contamination be further investigated.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hanthai Thaisom.
My name is Kirapson Pasutpong.
My name is Nathamon Apiwatanaporn. Advisor of this project is Mr. Lonashai Grinkra. We are from Mahaputhalam Girls' School.
Today, we are going to present a project about the efficacy of spices on inhibiting lysopastolonifer in bread.
This video is submitted for the purpose of participating in the 12th Regional Congress on Search for SEAMEO Young Scientists organized by SEAMEO RECSAM from 7 to 10 March 2022.
Nowadays, people are in the hurry environment and do many things simultaneously. They want to eat some food that can be eaten quickly but still delicious, cheap, and always fresh. Bread is option that many people choose, but moldy bread must be discarded, increasing the amount of waste and releasing carbon dioxide, leading to the further global warming. Next, the purpose of the study. To study the efficacy of spices on inhibiting lysopastolonifer in bread.
Morphology of bread fungi show that the black fungus had a long sporangiopore with a round-shaped sporangium as shown in this figure. And this is morphology of the black fungus of bread that are lysopastolonifer under a microscope, 4x, 10x, and 40x magnification. Testing the efficiency of spice in against lysopastolonifer by this diffusion. For 24 hours, yellow fungus was formed in area C. After 48 hours, there was a black fungus in area C with clear zone inhibition at area T1 and area T2. And after 72 hours, the fungus matured with black fungus forming throughout the petri dish, especially in the area C, is densely molded while area T1 and area T2 are not as dense as the area is shown in figures.
The efficacy of spice agent growth inhibition of lysopastolonifer on bread. After mold on bread for 14 days, unsmoked bread had mold 6 days after baking. Chances occurring are white, green, gray, and black mold is spreading around the bread. The bread that has been smoked with mint leaf and clove oil, and smoked bread with pepper and clove oil doesn't have mold after 6 days after baking. On the 13 days after smoking, a small green mold appeared, and on the 14 days after smoking, mold has appended slightly from the original spot.
So discussion, test with PDA culture medium, found volatile from mint leaves and clove oil, and volatile from pepper and clove oil, can slow down the growth of lysopastolonifer within 24 hours, and was consistent with the result of tests in bread that can slow the growth of lysopastolonifer for 12 days after smoke with the same effect for both smoked bread with mint leaves and clove oil, and the smoked bread with pepper and clove oil.
The smoke on bread is a volatile substance produced by mint leaf and clove oil containing eugenol. This is an inhibitor effect of lysopastolonifer. Same the smoke from pepper and clove oil. Volatile consisting of terpinolene in pepper and eugenol in clove oil can inhibit the growth of lysopastolonifer. When smoke gathers spices on bread, this compound slows down most growth.
In conclusion, the efficacy of spices in inhibiting the growth of lysopastolonifer on bread concluded that the smoke with mint leaf and clove oil and smoke with pepper and clove oil can efficacy on inhibiting lysopastolonifer for 12 days. That brings the presentation to the end. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you very much. We have viewed all the 14 presentations, and I would like to take this golden opportunity to say congratulations and a job well done to all participants for your remarkable videos. Now for the next session, I will hand us over to our host now, Mr. Nizam. Over to you, Mr. Nizam.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson. I got. All right, guys. So that is today's project video presentation, 14 altogether. Now, before we wrap up for today's session, we have posted the link in the chat box for attendance today. And tomorrow morning, I will be seeing you at 8:30 a.m. For another set of video, the final one. And then we shall continue with alumni session. And after that, the long-awaited event, the announcement of winners. Okay, who will be the most promising young scientist, mathematics category, and who will be the most promising young scientist, science category. So that will be tomorrow during the award presentation session. All right. So for today, that's it. Remember to click on the attendance link on your right at the chat box. Please be reminded that this link will only available up to 1:30 p.m. today. And then we will close it. Okay. So make sure you fill in your attendance first before you log out or leave this session. Without further ado, that's it. I believe that's it. No more. Do you guys have any questions? Please type in the chat box, and you can also contact us at the Secretariat of Search for SEAMEO Scientists 2022. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for Swinburne University of Technology for their presentation. Thank you, moderator, Dr. Nelson, and thank you to all of you who make today's session possible. And thank you to Ms. Ezdiani from our knowledge management unit as well for the quiz just now. Okay, see you tomorrow, guys. Have a good lunch. Stay safe, and see you tomorrow. Bye.